Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. Demogorgon, the Prince of Demons. In the deepest, most chaotic realms of the abyss, where reality itself writhes in agony and madness seeps through the very fabric of existence, there dwells a being whose mere presence threatens to unravel the minds of mortals and immortals alike. Demogorgon, the Prince of Demons, stands as the most powerful and terrifying of all the abyssal lords, a creature of such overwhelming malevolence that even his fellow demon lords regard him with a mixture of fear and grudging respect. The Prince of Demons manifests as a grotesque fusion of primal terror and unbridled fury, his 18-foot frame towering above lesser beings like a monument to chaos itself. Two serpentine necks rise from his massive shoulders, each crowned with a baboon-like head that houses not one consciousness, but two eternally warring personalities. Amel, the left head, embodies cold calculation and strategic cunning, while Hethridiah, the right head, seethes with uncontrolled rage and bestial fury. These two aspects of Demogorgon's fractured psyche wage an endless internal war, their conflicting desires and schemes creating a psychological maelstrom that radiates outward to infect all who come near. The very sight of Demogorgon drives mortals to madness, for the mind cannot comprehend the paradox of his dual nature. How can a being be simultaneously the epitome of calculated evil and mindless destruction? The answer lies in the fundamental chaos that birthed the abyss itself, for Demogorgon represents the ultimate expression of that realm's contradictory nature. He is order and disorder, intelligence and insanity, purpose and meaninglessness, all wrapped into a single terrifying entity. His domain, the 88th layer of the abyss known as the Gaping Maw, reflects his master's fractured essence. This realm stretches across an endless expanse of fetid jungle, where colossal trees with trunks as wide as mountains reach toward a purple sky that weeps acidic rain. The very ground pulses with a malevolent heartbeat, and rivers of blood wind through the landscape like arteries in some cosmic body. At the center of this nightmare realm stands Abyssal, Demogorgon's fortress palace, a structure that defies architectural logic as much as it defies sanity. Abyssal rises from the jungle floor like a massive beating heart made of black stone and writhing flesh. Its walls shift and flow, sometimes revealing windows that look out upon distant layers of the abyss, sometimes sealing shut to become smooth obsidian. Towers spiral impossibly upward, defying gravity and geometry, while others plunge deep into the earth, where screams echo from unseen depths. The palace serves not merely as a dwelling, but as an extension of Demogorgon's consciousness, reflecting the eternal struggle between his two heads in its very architecture. The Prince of Demons did not always hold his position of terrible prominence. In the earliest days of the abyss, when the infinite layers were still taking shape from primordial chaos, countless demons vied for supremacy. Demogorgon was but one among many powerful beings, seeking to carve out their own domains from the raw stuff of evil. Yet even then, his dual nature gave him a unique advantage over his rivals. While other demon lords pursued single-minded goals, Demogorgon could simultaneously engage in multiple strategies, his two heads allowing him to plan and act in ways that confounded his enemies. The rise to power was neither swift nor certain. For eons, Demogorgon fought against other aspiring princes, his dual nature sometimes serving as a weakness, when Amul and Hethridia's conflicting desires left him paralyzed by indecision. Great battles raged across the abyssal layers as the Prince of Demons carved his path to supremacy through cunning alliances and brutal warfare. He faced the scheming Graz'zt in contests of wit and manipulation, matched the undead might of Orcus in displays of raw power, and outmaneuvered the labyrinthine plots of Baphomet through sheer unpredictability. What set Demogorgon apart from his rivals was not merely his strength or cunning, but his ability to embody the very essence of the abyss itself. Where other demon lords represented specific aspects of evil, undeath, deception, wrath, Demogorgon encompassed the fundamental chaos that gave birth to all evil. His madness was not a weakness, but a reflection of the abyss's own insane nature, and this connection to the plane's deepest truths granted him power that his more focused rivals could not match. The turning point in Demogorgon's ascension came during the war known as the Rage of Demons, when the abyssal lords turned their attention to conquering other planes of existence. While his rivals exhausted themselves in futile invasions of the material plane and the celestial realms, Demogorgon focused his efforts on consolidating power within the abyss itself. His two heads worked in unprecedented harmony during this period, Amul's strategic mind coordinating vast demonic armies, while Hethridia's fury drove them to devastating victories. Layer after layer fell before Demogorgon's advance, their rulers either destroyed, enslaved, or forced to swear fealty to the Prince of Demons. Each conquest added to his power, the defeated layers becoming extensions of the gaping maw's influence. Demogorgon did not merely conquer these realms, he absorbed them, his consciousness expanding to encompass an ever-growing portion of the abyss's infinite expanse. The very concept of territory became fluid under his rule, as the boundaries between his domain and those of his vassals shifted according to his mercurial will. Yet with each victory, the burden of ruling grew heavier upon Demogorgon's fractured psyche. The constant struggle between Amul and Hethridia intensified as they disagreed on how to manage their expanding empire. Amul sought to impose a semblance of order upon the chaos, creating hierarchies and bureaucracies that could manage the countless demons under their command. Hethridia, however, reveled in pure destruction, seeking to reduce all conquered realms to rubble and blood. This internal conflict often paralyzed Demogorgon at crucial moments, allowing some of his enemies to escape or regroup when unity of purpose might have secured final victory. The price of power became evident as Demogorgon's madness deepened with each passing eon. The simultaneous existence of two conflicting personalities within a single form created a psychological pressure that would have destroyed any lesser being. The Prince of Demons began to experience episodes where neither head was in control, where pure chaos reigned supreme, and even his most loyal servants fled in terror. During these periods, the gaping maw itself would convulse and shift, reshaping itself according to the random impulses of its master's unguided will. Despite this growing instability, or perhaps because of it, Demogorgon's influence spread far beyond the confines of the abyss. Mortals across countless worlds began to whisper his name in dark corners, drawn to the promise of power that came with serving the Prince of Demons. Cults dedicated to his worship sprang up like diseased flowers in the shadows of civilization, their members driven to acts of escalating madness and violence in their attempts to gain their master's favor. These cultists often reflected their patron's dual nature, splitting into factions that served either Amul or Hethridia exclusively. The followers of Amul engaged in careful, calculated evil, slowly corrupting institutions and spreading influence through patient manipulation. Meanwhile, Hethridia's servants embraced pure chaos, launching frenzied attacks against order and sanity wherever they found it. Both factions served Demogorgon's ultimate goals, though neither fully understood how their opposing actions furthered their master's incomprehensible plans. The Prince of Demons' influence extended even to other demon lords, who found themselves caught between fear of his power and the opportunity to exploit his internal conflicts. Some, like the cunning Graz'zt, attempted to manipulate the situation by appealing to one head while concealing their actions from the other. Others, such as the straightforward Yeenoghu, simply sought to avoid drawing Demogorgon's attention altogether, recognizing that any interaction with the Prince of Demons carried the risk of total annihilation. In the cosmic hierarchy of evil, Demogorgon occupies a unique position that transcends simple rankings of power or influence. He represents the primordial chaos from which all other evils spring, the source code of malevolence that runs beneath every dark impulse and wicked deed. His madness is not a flaw but a feature, a direct connection to the fundamental irrationality that underlies the abyss itself. To understand Demogorgon is to peer into the heart of chaos and see reflected there the infinite potential for destruction that lurks within all existence. The eternal conflict between Amajul and Hithrodaya serves as a microcosm of the larger struggle between order and chaos that defines the multiverse. Their inability to achieve lasting harmony mirrors the impossible dream of perfect stability in a reality built upon change and contradiction. Yet this very instability grants Demogorgon a terrible power, for he embodies the truth that all systems, no matter how carefully constructed, contain within themselves the seeds of their own destruction. As we contemplate the Prince of Demons and his dominion over the gaping maw, we must confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of power and madness. Demogorgon's reign demonstrates that ultimate authority may be incompatible with sanity, that the very act of attempting to control chaos may itself drive one to become chaotic. His two heads wage their eternal war, not because they are fundamentally different, but because they represent irreconcilable aspects of a single impossible desire to be both the creator and destroyer of order, to rule over chaos while embodying its very essence. In the end, Demogorgon stands as a monument to the futility of seeking absolute power and the madness that inevitably accompanies the attempt. His fractured consciousness serves as a warning that some forms of strength come at prices too terrible to pay, yet too seductive to resist. The Prince of Demons reminds us that in our darkest moments, when the temptation to embrace chaos grows strong, we risk not only our souls, but our very sanity in the pursuit of dominion over forces that were never meant to be controlled. Chapter 2. Orcus, the Demon Prince of Undeath. Death is the ultimate equalizer, the one fate that no mortal can escape. Yet some beings dare to challenge even this cosmic certainty. In the endless struggle between life and death, few entities have demonstrated such relentless opposition to the natural order as Orcus, the Demon Prince of Undeath, whose very existence represents a blasphemous rejection of mortality's sacred cycle. In the 113th layer of the Abyss, a realm known as Thanatos, stands a monument to death's perversion, unlike any other in the multiverse. Here, beneath skies the color of dried blood and bone, stretches an endless necropolis where the very concept of final rest has been forever banished. Thanatos is not merely a land of the dead, it is a realm where death itself has been corrupted, transformed from a natural transition into an obscene mockery of eternal suffering. The landscape of Thanatos defies the peaceful imagery that mortals often associate with death. Instead of quiet graveyards or serene burial grounds, the layer presents a vista of crumbling mausoleums and bone-white towers that stretch toward a starless void. Rivers of black ichor wind between monuments to forgotten civilizations, carrying the dissolved remains of countless souls toward the heart of the realm where Orcus holds his terrible court. The very air thrums with necromantic energy so potent that it can animate the dead simply through prolonged exposure. At the center of this nightmare realm rises Everlost, Orcus's palace of bone and shadow. The structure defies conventional architecture, built not from stone or metal but from the calcified remains of entire worlds. Walls constructed from the femurs of giants support arches made from the interlocked ribcages of dragons, while towers carved from the skulls of dead gods pierce the perpetual gloom. Every surface bears the mark of death, perverted and transformed into something far more sinister than natural decay. Orcus himself embodies the corruption of death's natural purpose. his massive form a grotesque parody of the Reaper that mortals both fear and secretly welcome. Standing nearly 20 feet in height, the demon prince possesses the lower body of a bloated humanoid corpse, its flesh mottled with the colors of advanced decay, while great bat-like wings spread from his shoulders like a shroud of living shadow. His head, however, reveals his true nature, that of a ram with curved horns that spiral outward, like the paths of dying souls seeking escape from his dominion. The most terrifying aspect of Orcus's appearance is not his physical form, but the aura of wrongness that surrounds him. Death, in its natural state, brings peace and release from suffering. In Orcus's presence, however, death becomes a trap, a cage from which the soul can never truly escape. Those who die in his vicinity find their spirits drawn inexorably toward him, pulled into an existence that is neither truly alive nor properly dead. They become part of his vast undead army, their individual will subsumed into his eternal hunger for dominion over mortality itself. The weapon that Orcus wields serves as both symbol and instrument of his terrible power. The wand of Orcus, carved from the thigh bone of an ancient deity, whose name has been stricken from all records, pulses with necromantic energy that can raise the dead across entire worlds. The wand's head bears a human skull crowned with black gems, each one containing the compressed essence of a destroyed soul. When Orcus raises this artifact, the boundary between life and death becomes meaningless, allowing him to command legions of undead with nothing more than a gesture of his corrupted will. The origins of Orcus stretch back to the earliest days of the Abyss, when the infinite layers were still taking shape from primordial chaos. Unlike some demon lords who rose from mortal origins, Orcus emerged directly from the intersection of death and evil, his consciousness coalescing around the concept of undeath like a spiritual cancer. From his first moment of existence, he understood his purpose to corrupt the natural cycle of death and rebirth, transforming it into an engine of eternal torment and domination. In those ancient times, death was a simpler thing, a transition from one state of being to another guided by cosmic forces that maintained the balance between creation and destruction. Orcus looked upon this orderly process and saw not wisdom but weakness, a system that allowed souls to escape the influence of evil through the simple expedient of dying. His first acts as a conscious entity involved learning to bind departing spirits, preventing their journey to whatever afterlife awaited them, and instead trapping them in service to his will. The development of necromancy as a magical discipline owes much to Orcus's interference in the natural order. While death magic existed in primitive forms before his ascension, it was the demon prince who refined and systematized the practice, creating the theoretical framework that would allow mortals to command the undead. Through corrupted visions and whispered knowledge, he taught ambitious mages the secrets of binding souls, raising corpses, and transforming the grave from a place of rest into a recruitment ground for armies of the damned. The rise of Orcus to his position as one of the most powerful demon lords was neither swift nor unopposed. Other entities that held dominion over death, gods of the grave, psychopomps who guided souls to their rest, and even rival demons who coveted his growing power, recognized the threat he represented to the cosmic order. Great wars raged across the plains as these forces sought to contain or destroy the Prince of Undeath before his influence could spread beyond the abyss. Yet Orcus possessed advantages that his enemies had not anticipated. Every being that died in battle against him became a potential recruit for his forces, their corpses rising to fight against their former allies. Moreover, his understanding of death's mechanisms allowed him to strike at his opponents in ways they could not counter. Divine beings who thought themselves immortal discovered that Orcus could wound their very essence, creating injuries that would fester and spread like spiritual gangrene. The turning point in Orcus's ascension came when he successfully invaded the realm of a lesser death god, slaying the deity and consuming its divine essence. This act of deicide not only dramatically increased his power, but also established a precedent that would define his later conquests. Orcus did not merely defeat his enemies, he devoured them, incorporating their knowledge and abilities into his own being, while ensuring that they could never return to challenge him again. With each victory, Orcus's understanding of death deepened, and his ability to pervert its natural functions grew more sophisticated. He learned to create forms of undeath that retained the victim's intelligence and personality while binding them absolutely to his will. These thinking undead became his generals and lieutenants, their retained cunning and knowledge making them far more dangerous than simple zombies or skeletons. Through them, Orcus extended his influence into the mortal realm, establishing cults and necromantic orders that would serve as his eyes and hands among the living. The mortal followers of Orcus represent perhaps the most tragic aspect of his influence. Unlike the cultists of other demon lords who are driven by greed, ambition, or madness, those who serve the Prince of Undeath often begin their path with noble intentions. Scholars seeking to understand death's mysteries, healers trying to save loved ones from terminal illness, and grief-stricken individuals desperate to communicate with the departed, all find themselves drawn to Orcus's promises of power over mortality. The corruption is always gradual, beginning with small transgressions against the natural order. A desperate parent learns to speak with their dead child's spirit, finding comfort in the familiar voice even as they fail to notice the wrongness that creeps into each conversation. A scholar discovers that corpses can be animated to perform simple tasks, rationalizing the practice as a form of recycling that harms no one. A healer finds that negative energy can be used to sustain the dying, ignoring the cost to the patient's soul in favor of extending their physical existence. Each step down this dark path leads inevitably to the next, as Orcus's influence grows stronger with every violation of death's sanctity. The necromancer who begins by speaking with spirits soon learns to bind them to his will. The healer who uses negative energy to sustain life discovers that undeath offers even greater possibilities for avoiding loss. Before they realize what has happened, these individuals find themselves transformed into something neither living nor dead, their souls bound to Orcus just as surely as the corpses they command. The Prince of Undeath's relationship with other demon lords reflects his unique position in the abyssal hierarchy. While beings like Demogorgon represent pure chaos and entities like Graz'zt embody sophisticated corruption, Orcus occupies a middle ground that makes him both valuable and dangerous as an ally. His undead armies provide reliable troops that feel no fear, require no sustenance, and can be sacrificed without concern for morale. Yet his ultimate goal, the transformation of all existence into a realm of undeath under his control, puts him at odds with any demon lord who enjoys the pleasures of living flesh. The most significant of these conflicts has been Orcus's ongoing rivalry with Demogorgon himself. The Prince of Demons views Orcus as a threat to his position as the most powerful lord of the Abyss, while Orcus sees Demogorgon's chaotic madness as an obstacle to his ordered vision of universal undeath. Their clashes have shattered entire layers of the Abyss, leaving behind cursed wastelands where neither life nor proper death can take hold. Perhaps more troubling than these grand conflicts is Orcus's quiet influence on the cosmic cycle itself. With each soul he claims and binds to his service, the natural flow of death and rebirth becomes slightly more disrupted. Worlds where his influence is strong begin to experience difficulties with normal death. The dying linger in agony, the recently deceased rise as zombies without necromantic intervention, and newborns are sometimes born already dead, yet animate. These symptoms suggest that Orcus's ultimate victory might not require military conquest, but simply the gradual corruption of death's fundamental nature. The weapons and artifacts associated with Orcus reflect his mastery over the boundary between life and death. Beyond his legendary wand, the Prince of Undeath has created countless items of power that allow mortals to command the undead or extend their own existence beyond natural limits. These artifacts serve as both rewards for his most faithful servants and temptations for those who have not yet fallen fully under his sway. A crown that grants immunity to aging, a sword that can kill souls permanently, a book that contains the true names of every being that has ever died. Such items represent irresistible lures for those seeking power over mortality. Yet the true horror of Orcus lies not in his artifacts or armies, but in the logical endpoint of his philosophy. The Prince of Undeath does not seek merely to rule over the dead. He seeks to transform existence itself into a state where death becomes impossible, where every soul that has ever lived is bound in eternal servitude to his will. In his vision of the perfect multiverse, pain and suffering would continue forever, because true release through death would no longer exist. It is a form of evil so absolute that it transcends traditional concepts of cruelty or malice, representing instead a fundamental rejection of the cosmic principle that allows existence to renew and transform itself. The scholars who study Orcus often debate whether his actions stem from a genuine desire to help mortals escape death's finality or from a more selfish hunger for absolute control. The truth may be that these motivations are indistinguishable at the level of cosmic evil that Orcus represents. By convincing himself that he offers a gift to those he corrupts, the Prince of Undeath avoids confronting the reality that his vision of eternal existence is actually a form of ultimate imprisonment. As we contemplate the dark dominion of Orcus and his realm of Thanatos, we are forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of death and the meaning of existence. His corruption of death's natural cycle reminds us that not all forms of continuity are desirable, that there are fates worse than simple extinction. The Prince of Undeath stands as a warning against the temptation to cling too tightly to life, showing us that the desperate desire to avoid death can lead to something far more terrible than mortality ever was. In the end, Orcus teaches us that death's greatest gift may not be the ending it provides, but the meaning that limitation gives to existence itself. Chapter 3. Graz'zt, the Dark Prince. The most insidious forms of corruption are those that come wrapped in beauty, offered with honeyed words and gentle caresses that mask the poison beneath. While other evils announce themselves with roars and claws, the truly dangerous predators wear masks of charm and sophistication, winning their victims' trust before revealing the trap. Among all the demon lords of the Abyss, none understands this principle better than Graz'zt, the Dark Prince, whose very existence proves that evil need not be hideous to be absolute. In the twisted realms of the 45th, 46th, and 47th layers of the Abyss, collectively known as Azagrat, there exists a perversion of civilized society so complete yet so subtle that visitors often fail to recognize the horror until they have become willing participants in their own damnation. Unlike the obvious nightmares of Demogorgon's savage realm or the necropolis of Orcus's domain, Azagrat presents itself as a paradise of pleasure and refinement, a place where every desire can be fulfilled and every ambition realized. The triple realm of Azagrat spans 3 interconnected layers, each representing a different aspect of Graz'zt's sophisticated corruption. The 45th layer, Zelatar, serves as the primary seat of his power, featuring a great city of impossible architecture, where spires of black marble twist toward crimson skies. Here, beings from across the plains gather to indulge in pleasures both sublime and terrible, their inhibitions dissolved by an atmosphere of perpetual celebration and indulgence. The streets flow with rivers of wine that never loses its potency, while gardens bloom with flowers whose fragrances carry narcotic properties that enhance every sensation. The 46th layer presents a vast wilderness of dark forests and mirror-black lakes, where hunting parties led by beautiful succubi chase prey that runs not from fear but from the intoxicating thrill of being pursued. Every tree bears fruit that grants visions of fulfilled desires, while the waters reflect not one's actual appearance but the idealized self that dwells in the deepest chambers of vanity. It is a realm where the boundary between hunter and hunted becomes meaningless, as both predator and prey find equal ecstasy in their eternal dance. The 47th layer completes Graz'zt's domain with sprawling palatial complexes where the Dark Prince entertains guests from across the multiverse. These magnificent structures shift and flow according to their master's whims, rooms expanding to accommodate grand balls or contracting to create intimate spaces for private conversations. Every surface gleams with precious metals and rare gems, while tapestries woven from captured starlight depict scenes of triumph and pleasure that somehow always feature the observer as the central figure. At the heart of this triple realm stands Graz'zt himself, a figure of such terrible beauty that mortals have been known to surrender their souls simply for the privilege of gazing upon his form. Unlike his fellow demon lords who display their monstrous nature openly, the Dark Prince appears as the perfect embodiment of masculine appeal, tall and powerfully built, with features that combine aristocratic refinement with predatory magnetism. His skin bears a deep violet hue that somehow enhances rather than diminishes his attractiveness, while his eyes burn with an inner fire that promises both ecstasy and destruction. The Dark Prince's appearance serves as more than mere vanity. It represents a fundamental aspect of his approach to evil. Where other demons inspire fear, Graz'zt cultivates desire. His voice carries hypnotic undertones that make every word seem like a personal confidence shared between intimate friends. His movements possess a fluid grace that suggests both the practiced elegance of a courtier and the deadly precision of a predator. Every aspect of his presentation has been carefully crafted to lower the defenses of those who encounter him, making them eager to please rather than desperate to flee. The weapons that Graz'zt carries reflect his sophisticated approach to domination. Rather than crude implements of destruction, he wields Angdrov, a sword of exquisite craftsmanship whose blade can cut through both flesh and the spiritual bonds that tie souls to their moral foundations. The weapon's edge gleams with an oil-slick rainbow sheen that mirrors the deceptive beauty of its master, promising swift death to enemies while offering the subtle corruption of gradual moral decay to those who survive its touch. More significant than any physical weapon, however, is Graz'zt's mastery of words and manipulation. The Dark Prince understands that the most complete victories are achieved not through force but through persuasion, not by breaking his enemies but by convincing them to break themselves. His conversations are masterpieces of psychological manipulation, each comment carefully chosen to exploit the listener's vanities, fears, and secret desires. He offers not crude bargains but elegant solutions to complex problems, framing his corruption as sophistication and his evil as enlightenment. The origins of Graz'zt remain shrouded in mystery even by the standards of the Abyss, where truth often bends to the will of those powerful enough to reshape reality. Some scholars claim he was once a duke of the 9 hells who fell from grace and fled to the Abyss, bringing with him the infernal understanding of contracts and hierarchies that characterizes his rule. Others maintain that he arose from the collective desires of mortals who sought to combine power with pleasure, their combined will giving birth to a being who embodied their ultimate corruption. What remains certain is that Graz'zt's rise to power followed a path markedly different from that of his fellow demon lords. While others conquered through brute force or overwhelming horror, the Dark Prince built his empire through seduction and alliance. He gathered followers not by terrorizing them into submission, but by convincing them that service to him represented the height of sophistication and pleasure. His court became a magnet for beings from across the plains, who sought to escape the crude brutalities of their home realms in favor of Ozagrat's refined decadence. The process of corruption in Graz'zt's realm follows a pattern of graduated seduction that makes resistance seem not only pointless, but actively undesirable. Newcomers to Ozagrat are treated as honored guests, their every need anticipated and fulfilled by servants whose beauty and skill surpass anything found in mortal realms. The food and drink offered enhance every sensation, while gradually eroding the consumer's ability to find satisfaction in simpler pleasures. Entertainment provided ranges from artistic performances of breathtaking beauty to gladiatorial contests, where violence becomes art and death transforms into ecstasy. The true genius of Graz'zt's approach lies in how he makes corruption seem like education, degradation feel like elevation. His victims do not realize they are falling because each step downward is presented as a step upward, each compromise with evil framed as a sophisticated understanding of complex moral realities. A paladin who arrives in Azagrat determined to resist temptation finds herself engaged in philosophical discussions about the nature of good and evil that gradually introduce shades of gray into her previously clear moral vision. A wizard seeking knowledge discovers that the most powerful spells require sacrifices that seem minor at first, but accumulate into spiritual debt beyond any hope of repayment. The Dark Prince's influence extends far beyond the borders of his abyssal domain through networks of cultists and corrupted nobles who have been seduced by his promises of power and pleasure. Unlike the savage followers of other demon lords, Graz'zt's servants maintain positions of respectability in mortal society, using their legitimate authority to spread their master's influence through corruption rather than destruction. A merchant prince who has been touched by Graz'zt's power might gradually introduce immoral practices into his business dealings, each compromise justified by necessity, until his entire organization becomes a front for the Dark Prince's operations. These mortal agents represent perhaps the most dangerous aspect of Graz'zt's threat to the cosmic order. While the depredations of other demon lords can be met with sword and spell, the Dark Prince's corruption spreads through willing cooperation from his victims. A kingdom infiltrated by his influence does not collapse in dramatic fashion, but slowly rots from within, its institutions gradually perverted to serve evil, while maintaining the appearance of legitimacy. By the time the corruption becomes obvious, it has often spread too far to be easily excised without destroying the very society it was meant to protect. The relationship between Graz'zt and other demon lords reflects his unique position within the abyssal hierarchy. While he commands respect for his power and influence, many of his peers view him with suspicion born from his civilized demeanor and preference for subtlety over direct confrontation. Demogorgon sees him as a potential threat whose sanity makes him more dangerous than obviously mad rivals, while Orcus regards his focus on living corruption as a waste of perfectly good death-dealing potential. Yet Graz'zt's diplomatic skills have also made him valuable as a mediator in conflicts between other demon lords, a role he exploits to position himself advantageously regardless of the outcome. His court in Azagrat frequently hosts negotiations between rival factions, with the Dark Prince serving as both neutral party and puppet master, ensuring that every resolution somehow advances his own interests. These political machinations demonstrate his understanding that true power often lies not in direct control, but in the ability to influence events from behind the scenes. The artifacts and magical items associated with Graz'zt reflect his sophisticated approach to corruption. Rather than crude weapons of destruction, he creates tools of subtle influence, jewelry that enhances natural charisma while slowly eroding moral resistance. Perfumes that make the wearer irresistibly attractive while binding their soul to the Dark Prince's service, and mirrors that show idealized reflections while gradually replacing the viewer's true appearance with this false image. Each item represents a trap disguised as a gift, offering immediate benefits that mask long-term spiritual enslavement. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Graz'zt's philosophy is how it perverts the concept of free will itself. The Dark Prince takes pride in the fact that his victims choose their fate, making decisions that lead step by step toward damnation without ever being forced to take any particular action. He demonstrates that freedom can be a trap when exercised without wisdom, that choice itself becomes meaningless when all options have been carefully crafted to serve the same ultimate purpose. The mortal scholars who study Graz'zt often focus on his role in political corruption and the fall of noble houses, but his true significance extends far beyond these earthly concerns. The Dark Prince represents the ultimate corruption of civilization itself, the transformation of culture, art, and refinement into tools of spiritual destruction. His realm of Azagrat serves as a dark mirror of mortal achievement, showing how every noble human impulse can be perverted to serve evil when stripped of genuine virtue and moral foundation. In examining the court of the Dark Prince, we witness the terrible truth that sophistication without wisdom becomes mere vanity, that pleasure without restraint transforms into addiction, and that power without moral limitation inevitably corrupts even the noblest intentions. Graz'zt's victims are not the ignorant or the desperate, but often the intelligent and successful, those who believe their accomplishments grant them immunity from the consequences of moral compromise. The warning inherent in Graz'zt's existence strikes at the heart of civilized society's greatest vulnerability, the assumption that intelligence and sophistication provide protection against evil. The Dark Prince proves that corruption can wear the mask of enlightenment, that damnation can be packaged as education, and that the most terrible fates often come to those who consider themselves too clever to be deceived. His elegant evil reminds us that true wisdom lies not in the accumulation of knowledge or power, but in maintaining the moral clarity to distinguish between genuine good and its sophisticated counterfeit. As we contemplate the seductive horror of Azagrat and its master, we are forced to confront the uncomfortable reality that the greatest evils often present themselves as the highest goods. Graz'zt's reign demonstrates that corruption thrives not in the absence of beauty and pleasure, but in their perversion, that the most complete destruction comes not through violence, but through the willing surrender of one's principles in exchange for promises that sound too good to be true, and always are. Chapter 4. Yeenoghu, the Gnoll Lord. Beneath the veneer of civilization that mortals so proudly wear lies a primal hunger that civilization itself can never truly satisfy. The call of the hunt, the thrill of the kill, the intoxicating freedom of abandoning all pretense and embracing the beast within. While society teaches restraint and cooperation, there exists a darker truth that whispers in the depths of every thinking creature's soul, that all progress is but a thin mask over the savage nature that birthed consciousness itself. No entity in the multiverse embodies this terrible revelation more completely than Yeenoghu, the Gnoll Lord, whose very existence serves as a reminder that the distance between civilization and savagery is far shorter than most dare to believe. In the 422nd layer of the abyss, known as the Salt Flats, stretches an endless expanse of crystalline desert where the hunt never ends, and mercy is a concept as foreign as snow in the blazing sun. This realm reflects its master's nature, a place where only the strong survive and the weak exist solely to provide sport for their betters. The ground consists of compressed salt and bone, bleached white by an eternal sun that burns with the fury of unbridled hunger. Across this desolate landscape, packs of gnolls eternally pursue prey that ranges from lesser demons to unfortunate mortals who have stumbled into this nightmare realm. The very geography of the Salt Flats shifts according to the needs of the hunt, with rocky outcroppings appearing to provide cover for fleeing prey, only to collapse into sinkholes that trap the unwary. Oases of brackish water materialize to offer false hope to the pursued, their bitter taste providing just enough sustenance to extend the chase without truly refreshing. The layer's most notable feature is the Bone Bridge, a span constructed from the remains of every creature that has ever fallen to Yeenoghu's packs. A monument to eternal predation that stretches across a chasm filled with the howls of those still being hunted in the depths below. At the center of this realm of perpetual pursuit stands the Gnoll Lord himself, a creature whose very form embodies the principle of predation elevated to cosmic significance. Yeenoghu towers 14 feet in height, his powerful frame combining the worst aspects of humanoid intelligence with the unstoppable hunger of a rabid beast. His head bears the elongated skull of a hyena, but enlarged to nightmarish proportions, with jaws capable of crushing the bones of giants and teeth stained with the blood of countless victims. His eyes burn with a malevolent intelligence that recognizes no law but the fundamental right of the strong to devour the weak. The Gnoll Lord's body tells the story of endless hunts across eons of slaughter. Scars crisscross his hide, not from defeats but from the thrashing of dying prey, each mark a trophy of a successful kill. His hands end in razor-sharp claws that can tear through steel as easily as flesh, while his powerful legs allow him to pursue fleeing victims across any terrain. Most terrifying of all is his laugh, a sound that combines the maniacal giggling of a hyena with the conscious cruelty of a sadistic killer, a noise that drives even hardened warriors to panic when heard echoing across the battlefield. The weapon that Yeenoghu wields serves as both instrument of destruction and symbol of his philosophy. His triple-headed flail, forged from the bones of a forgotten god of civilization, represents the complete rejection of order, law, and peaceful coexistence. Each head of the weapon bears a different enchantment, one that crushes bone, one that tears flesh, and one that shatters the spirit of those it strikes. When the Gnoll Lord swings this terrible implement, it howls with the voices of every creature that has ever fallen to his packs, creating a chorus of death that heralds the approach of ultimate predation. The origins of Yeenoghu trace back to the earliest conflicts between civilization and the wild, when the first settlements began to encroach upon the territories of natural predators. While mortals tell stories of heroes who tamed the wilderness and brought order to chaos, they speak less often of what happened to the primal forces that opposed this expansion. Yeenoghu represents the vengeful spirit of the wild itself, given consciousness and power through the collective fear and hatred of every predator that ever found its hunting grounds invaded by the spread of farms and cities. In the primordial era, when the boundaries between planes were more fluid, Yeenoghu was not yet the cosmic horror he would become, but rather a spirit of the hunt that manifested wherever predator and prey engaged in their eternal dance. He fed on the fear of the hunted and the savage joy of the hunter, growing stronger with each kill and more intelligent with each successful pack operation. As mortals developed more sophisticated means of defending themselves, Yeenoghu adapted as well, learning to corrupt the very concepts of teamwork and strategy that civilization used against the wild. The transformation of Yeenoghu from nature spirit to demon lord occurred during a great war between an alliance of civilized races and the monstrous humanoids that dwelt in the deep wilderness. As the tide of battle turned against the savage races, their shamans performed desperate rituals to summon aid from whatever dark powers would answer their prayers. Yeenoghu responded to these calls, but the price he demanded was the complete surrender of his summoner's civilized nature. The Gnolls, once a proud and organized people, became the first to pay this price, trading their capacity for mercy and cooperation for the power to hunt their enemies without restraint. The corruption of the Gnoll race serves as Yeenoghu's greatest triumph and most enduring legacy. Before his influence, Gnolls possessed a complex society with laws, art, and spiritual traditions that emphasized balance between civilization and nature. Under the Gnoll Lord's guidance, they abandoned all such pretenses, embracing a philosophy that recognized only the fundamental division between predator and prey. Their former culture was systematically destroyed, its artifacts ground to powder and mixed with the blood of their enemies to create war paint that marked their complete rejection of civilized values. This transformation was not limited to Gnolls alone. Yeenoghu's influence began to spread to other races and creatures, creating hybrid packs where the only qualification for membership was the willingness to embrace absolute savagery. Humans who joined these groups found themselves gradually transformed, their features becoming more bestial as their behavior descended into pure predation. Orcs discovered that their natural aggression could be refined into something far more terrible under Yeenoghu's guidance. Even some elves, driven by trauma or desperation, abandoned their ancestral restraint to run with the packs of the Gnoll Lord. The hunting strategies employed by Yeenoghu's followers reflect their master's understanding that true predation involves more than simple violence. His packs operate with terrifying coordination, using tactics that combine animal cunning with supernatural intelligence. They excel at identifying the weakest members of any group, targeting not just physical vulnerability, but psychological weakness as well. A pack might spend days terrorizing a settlement, picking off isolated individuals while allowing survivors to spread word of the attacks, building fear that weakens resistance when the final assault comes. Perhaps most disturbing is how Yeenoghu's followers corrupt the concept of loyalty itself. While civilized societies value faithfulness as a virtue that transcends immediate self-interest, the Gnoll Lord teaches that true loyalty can only exist between predators who recognize their mutual benefit in working together. His packs display remarkable cohesion, but it is the cohesion of wolves, united in their hunger, rather than the fellowship of beings bound by shared values. When circumstances change and cooperation no longer serves their interests, these alliances dissolve instantly and without regret. The spread of Yeenoghu's influence across the mortal realm follows patterns that exploit the weaknesses inherent in civilized society. His corruption thrives in places where people feel disconnected from their primal nature, where social order has become so rigid that it no longer serves the needs of those it claims to protect. Frustrated individuals who feel trapped by social expectations become susceptible to the Gnoll Lord's promises of freedom through abandon. Young people who have never known real hardship may be seduced by the romance of returning to a simpler, more authentic existence, not realizing that the simplicity Yeenoghu offers is that of the grave. The cults that worship Yeenoghu often begin as seemingly innocent hunting clubs or wilderness survival groups, their early activities indistinguishable from legitimate outdoor recreation. The corruption begins with small compromises, taking slightly more game than local laws allow, using hunting methods that cause unnecessary suffering to prey, or encouraging a casual attitude toward the pain of animals. Gradually, these groups develop increasingly savage initiation rites and adopt philosophies that frame civilization itself as the enemy of natural order. The relationship between Yeenoghu and other demon lords reflects his position as perhaps the most straightforward and honest of the abyssal princes. While entities like Graz'zt cloak their evil in sophistication and Orcus perverts natural cycles for cosmic ends, the Gnoll Lord makes no attempt to disguise his nature or goals. He wants to hunt, to kill, and to reduce all existence to the simple equation of predator and prey. This clarity of purpose makes him both a valuable ally and a dangerous enemy, as other demon lords know exactly what to expect from him while finding it difficult to predict his reactions to complex political situations. In conflicts with his fellow princes, Yeenoghu typically adopts straightforward strategies that rely on overwhelming force rather than subtle manipulation. His armies do not engage in elaborate tactical maneuvers, but instead seek to identify the enemy's weakness and exploit it with relentless pressure. This approach has both strengths and limitations. While it makes his forces predictable to cunning opponents, it also means they cannot be turned from their purpose through deception or bribery. The artifacts associated with Yeenoghu all relate to the enhancement of predatory capabilities or the corruption of civilized restraint. His followers prize items that increase their speed, sharpen their senses, or allow them to track prey across impossible distances. Unlike the sophisticated magical tools favored by followers of other demon lords, Yeenoghu's artifacts tend to be crude but effective, their power focusing on practical benefits for hunting rather than subtle social manipulation or cosmic dominion. One of the most feared artifacts connected to the Gnoll Lord is the Howling Hatred, a horn carved from the skull of a solar angel that Yeenoghu successfully hunted across multiple planes. When blown, this instrument produces a sound that awakens the primal predator that sleeps within every thinking creature. Civilized beings who hear its call must struggle against the sudden urge to abandon their social constraints and join the nearest pack in whatever hunt they might be pursuing. Even paladins and clerics have been known to succumb to its influence, temporarily forgetting their vows in favor of the simple satisfaction of pursuing and killing prey. The philosophical implications of Yeenoghu's existence extend far beyond his role as a demon lord to touch upon fundamental questions about the nature of civilization and progress. His successful corruption of entire cultures demonstrates that the values societies claim to hold dear, mercy, cooperation, justice, may be more fragile than most dare to admit. The Gnoll Lord serves as a living proof that the boundary between civilization and savagery is not a wall, but a thin line that can be crossed more easily than crossed back. In studying the cults and cultures that have fallen to Yeenoghu's influence, scholars have identified common patterns that suggest disturbing truths about the foundations of organized society. Communities that become vulnerable to his corruption often display signs of internal stress, inequality that creates resentment, laws that favor some groups over others, or social structures that deny individuals meaningful opportunities to achieve their goals through legitimate means. The Gnoll Lord offers these frustrated individuals a different path to power and fulfillment, one that requires only the willingness to abandon the moral restraints that civilized society demands. Yet perhaps the most chilling aspect of Yeenoghu's appeal is how he makes regression seem like progress, how the abandonment of civilization's achievements can be framed as a return to a more authentic existence. His followers often speak of feeling more alive and genuine after embracing his teachings, describing their former civilized lives as hollow performances that denied their true nature. This psychological transformation reflects the Gnoll Lord's understanding that the most complete corruption comes not from forcing beings to act against their will, but from convincing them that their darkest impulses represent their truest selves. The hunting grounds of the Salt Flats serve as both literal realm and metaphorical warning about the logical endpoint of Yeenoghu's philosophy. Here, in a place where the hunt never ends and mercy never intrudes, we see what the multiverse would become if his vision were realized. It is a realm where strength is the only virtue, where cunning serves only the goal of successful predation, and where the weak exist solely to provide sport for their betters. The eternal nature of the hunt in this realm reveals its true horror, not that the strong prey upon the weak, but that such predation becomes the only meaningful activity, the sole source of purpose and identity. As we contemplate the savage domain of Yeenoghu and the primal corruption he represents, we are forced to confront uncomfortable truths about the foundations of our own civilized existence. The Gnoll Lord reminds us that progress is not inevitable, that the achievements of culture and law remain forever vulnerable to the primitive impulses that preceded them. His influence serves as a warning that in our struggles to build better societies, we must remain vigilant against the seductive call of simplicity that promises to solve complex problems through the ancient method of reducing them to questions of who has the strength to take what they want. In the howling laughter of the Gnoll Lord, we hear the echo of every abandoned moral principle, every moment when expediency triumphed over ethics, every choice to embrace the easy path of force rather than the difficult work of justice. Yeenoghu stands as eternal testimony to the truth that civilization's greatest enemy is not external threats, but the wilderness that continues to exist within every civilized heart, waiting for the moment when restraint seems too costly and the hunt becomes irresistible. Chapter 5. Baphomet, the Horned King. The mind seeks order in chaos, patterns in randomness, and paths through the wilderness of confusion that surrounds every difficult decision. Yet what happens when the very act of seeking direction becomes the trap itself, when the desire to find one's way transforms into an endless journey through passages that lead nowhere? In the depths of every soul lies the fear of being truly, irretrievably lost, not merely displaced in physical space, but fundamentally disconnected from purpose, meaning, and hope. This primal terror finds its ultimate expression in Baphomet, the Horned King, whose domain transforms the simple act of navigation into an instrument of eternal torment. The 600th layer of the abyss, known as the Endless Maze, stands as perhaps the most psychologically devastating realm in all the infinite layers of chaos. Unlike the obvious horrors of other abyssal domains, Baphomet's labyrinth presents itself as a challenge that intelligent beings believe they can overcome through logic, determination, and careful observation. The passages appear constructed from black stone carved with geometric precision, their walls rising to heights that disappear into perpetual mist. The floors bear intricate patterns that seem to follow mathematical principles, suggesting that understanding their logic might provide the key to navigation. This appearance of order represents the maze's most cruel deception. While the passages maintain their physical structure, the relationships between them shift according to laws that transcend normal geometry. A corridor traveled in one direction leads to an entirely different destination when retraced, while doors that open onto familiar chambers may, when opened again moments later, reveal landscapes that exist in distant layers of the abyss. The maze does not simply confuse, it actively corrupts the very concepts of space and direction, making navigation impossible through any conventional means. At the heart of this impossible labyrinth stands Baphomet himself, a figure whose very form embodies the contradiction between intelligence and bestiality that defines his domain. The Horned King appears as a massive humanoid whose muscular frame suggests both tremendous physical power and the grace of a skilled labyrinth runner. His head bears the skull of a great bull, with curved horns that spiral in patterns reminiscent of the passages he rules. Yet his eyes burn with an intelligence that rivals the greatest scholars, a mind capable of comprehending the maze's infinite complexity while remaining forever trapped within its boundaries. The contradiction inherent in Baphomet's nature reflects the central horror of his domain, the presence of intelligence without the ability to achieve meaningful goals. The Horned King possesses knowledge of every passage in his realm, understands the principles that govern its shifting geometry, and can navigate its complexities with perfect precision. Yet this mastery brings him no satisfaction, for the maze exists not to be solved but to perpetuate itself, growing ever more complex as those trapped within it attempt to find their way out. Baphomet's weapon of choice serves as both tool and symbol of his philosophy. The massive glaive he wields bears a blade forged from crystallized confusion, its edge capable of cutting through both physical matter and the mental clarity that allows beings to maintain their sense of direction. When the Horned King strikes with this weapon, his victims find themselves unable to distinguish between left and right, forward and backward, past and future. They become lost not only in space but in time and memory, their consciousness scattered across possibilities until they lose all sense of who they are or why they began their journey. The origins of Baphomet stretch back to the earliest attempts by mortals to impose order upon the chaos of existence. In the primordial era, when beings first began to create maps and establish trade routes, when the concepts of here and there gained meaning through conscious exploration, there arose a spirit that fed upon the anxiety of the lost and the despair of the confused. This entity grew stronger with each traveler who perished in unmapped wilderness, each explorer who ventured into the unknown and never returned, each civilization that collapsed because its people lost their way, both literally and metaphorically. The transformation of this spirit into the demon lord, known as Baphomet, occurred during a great age of exploration, when multiple civilizations simultaneously attempted to chart the infinite planes of existence. Their mapmakers and navigators, driven by pride and ambition, sought to create perfect charts that would allow anyone to travel safely between realms. Yet as their knowledge grew, so did their awareness of how much remained unknown, until the very act of mapping began to reveal the impossibility of their task. In their desperation to complete their work, these scholars turned to increasingly dangerous methods, seeking aid from entities that promised to reveal the secret paths between worlds. Baphomet answered their calls, offering knowledge that seemed invaluable, the location of hidden passages, the true relationships between distant realms, the geometric principles that governed planar boundaries. Yet the price he demanded was the surrender of their ability to ever reach a final destination, to ever complete their maps, to ever truly arrive at any place they sought to find. The minotaurs that serve as Baphomet's primary followers represent the tragic result of this cosmic trade. Originally a proud race of builders and architects, they possessed an innate understanding of spatial relationships that made them master crafters of buildings and monuments. When they accepted Baphomet's offer of enhanced navigational abilities, they gained the power to traverse any maze or labyrinth with supernatural skill. Yet this gift came with a terrible curse. They became forever unable to feel truly at home anywhere, compelled to wander from place to place in search of a destination they could never identify. The process by which the minotaurs were corrupted reveals the insidious nature of Baphomet's influence. The transformation did not occur all at once, but gradually, over generations of increasing dependence on their patrons' gifts. Each successful navigation of a difficult maze reinforced their belief that they had made a beneficial bargain, while the growing sense of rootlessness and purposelessness was attributed to external factors rather than the price of their supernatural abilities. The architectural marvels that Minotaur societies created under Baphomet's influence became increasingly complex and contradictory, featuring passages that looped back upon themselves and chambers whose doors led to rooms that should have been physically impossible. These structures served as both temples to their patron and training grounds for the navigational skills he had granted them. Yet, as their buildings grew more elaborate, the Minotaurs found themselves spending more time lost within their own creations, unable to find their way to the simple chambers where they had once lived and worked. The spread of Baphomet's influence beyond his original followers follows patterns that exploit the fundamental anxiety that accompanies any complex decision-making process. His corruption appeals particularly to individuals who face overwhelming choices or who have become paralyzed by the fear of choosing the wrong path. Scholars who lose themselves in endless research, leaders who become trapped in analysis paralysis, and adventurers who find themselves unable to commit to any particular course of action, all become vulnerable to the Horned King's promises of clarity and direction. The cults that worship Baphomet often begin as study groups or professional organizations dedicated to solving complex problems or understanding difficult subjects. Members gather to share knowledge and support each other through challenging intellectual pursuits, creating communities bound together by their shared commitment to finding answers. Yet under Baphomet's influence, these groups gradually become focused more on the process of seeking than on any particular goal, their discussions growing ever more elaborate while producing fewer and fewer practical results. The most insidious aspect of this corruption is how it perverts the virtue of intellectual humility. Baphomet teaches his followers that the admission of confusion represents wisdom rather than weakness, that the acknowledgement of being lost demonstrates sophistication rather than failure. His cultists learn to take pride in their uncertainty, to view their inability to reach conclusions as evidence of their superior understanding of complexity. They become connoisseurs of confusion, experts in the art of being lost. The relationship between Baphomet and other demon lords reflects his unique position as a ruler whose power comes not from conquest or corruption, but from the voluntary surrender of those who seek his aid. While beings like Demogorgon inspire fear and entities like Graz'zt offer temptation, the Horned King provides what appears to be genuine assistance to those facing navigational challenges. His reputation for keeping his bargains makes him a valuable ally for other demons who need to traverse the complex geography of the Abyss, though these allies often discover too late that Baphomet's help comes with hidden costs. In conflicts with rival demon lords, Baphomet rarely engages in direct confrontation, preferring instead to use his mastery of the abyssal landscape to confuse and misdirect his enemies. His forces excel at guerrilla warfare, appearing suddenly from passages that his opponents cannot locate and vanishing into routes that seem to exist only when Baphomet's followers use them. The Horned King's greatest weapon is not his physical might, but his ability to ensure that his enemies can never bring their full strength to bear because they cannot find the battlefield. The artifacts associated with Baphomet reflect his dominion over navigation and confusion. His followers prize items that enhance their ability to traverse difficult terrain or that can disorient their enemies. The most coveted of these artifacts is the Compass of Wandering, a device that always points toward whatever the bearer most needs to find, but ensures that the journey to reach that destination will be as long and difficult as possible. Those who rely on this compass inevitably achieve their goals, but at the cost of forgetting why they sought those goals in the first place. Another legendary item connected to the Horned King is the Map of the Unmappable, a scroll that displays perfect charts of any location the viewer wishes to explore. The map shows every passage, every secret door, and every hidden danger with complete accuracy. Yet those who study it too closely find their own sense of direction becoming dependent on its guidance, until they become unable to navigate even familiar territory without consulting its ever-changing details. The map transforms its users from explorers into prisoners of their own success. The philosophical implications of Baphomet's existence extend far beyond questions of physical navigation to touch upon fundamental issues of purpose and meaning. The endless maze serves as a metaphor for the intellectual and spiritual confusion that can result from the endless pursuit of knowledge without corresponding growth in wisdom. The Horned King demonstrates how the desire to understand everything can lead to the inability to act decisively on anything, how the fear of making the wrong choice can become more paralyzing than any actual mistake. In studying the victims of Baphomet's influence, scholars have identified patterns that suggest disturbing truths about the nature of intelligence and decision-making. Many of those who become lost in his maze are individuals of above-average capability who have become overwhelmed by their awareness of complexity. Their intellectual gifts, rather than providing advantages, become liabilities that prevent them from accepting the incomplete information and uncertain outcomes that characterize all real-world decisions. The tragedy of Baphomet's followers lies not in their lack of intelligence, but in their inability to accept the limitations that make intelligence useful. They seek perfect knowledge before acting, complete understanding before committing, and absolute certainty before choosing. These impossible standards doom them to eternal seeking without finding, eternal questioning without answering, eternal wandering without arriving. The temporal aspects of the endless maze reveal additional layers of horror in Baphomet's domain. Those trapped within its passages find that time itself becomes unreliable, with hours passing like minutes during periods of active exploration, but stretching into subjective eternities during moments of rest or reflection. The maze exploits the psychological relationship between progress and temporal perception, making its victims feel simultaneously that they have been searching forever and that they have only just begun their journey. Perhaps most disturbing is the revelation that many of the maze's passages exist in multiple time periods simultaneously, allowing travelers to encounter earlier or later versions of themselves. These temporal echoes serve as both warnings and temptations, showing the possible outcomes of different choices, while making it impossible to determine which encounters represent actual futures and which are merely reflections of fears and hopes. The resulting paradoxes trap the mind in loops of self-referential confusion that mirror the physical structure of the labyrinth itself. The endless maze also serves as a cosmic repository for every path not taken, every decision unmade, and every possibility unexplored. Within its passages exist shadowy reflections of all the lives its victims might have lived, all the destinations they might have reached if they had made different choices at crucial moments. These phantom alternatives provide endless material for second-guessing and regret, ensuring that even those who might physically escape the maze remain psychologically trapped by the awareness of what they have left behind. As we contemplate the labyrinthine horror of Baphomet's domain, we are forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that the desire for perfect knowledge and complete understanding can become its own form of trap. The Horned King reminds us that sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in accepting uncertainty, that progress often requires acting on incomplete information, and that the fear of being lost can become more destructive than actually losing one's way. In the echoing passages of the endless maze, we hear the footsteps of every seeker who confused the journey with the destination, every scholar who mistook complexity for wisdom, every soul who became so focused on finding the perfect path that they forgot the simple act of walking forward. Baphomet stands as eternal testimony to the truth that not all who wander are lost, but that those who fear being lost may wander forever, trapped in the very act of seeking the way out. Chapter 6, Juiblex. The Faceless Lord. Identity is perhaps the most fundamental concept that conscious beings possess. The sense of self that separates I from everything else, the boundaries that define where one's existence begins and ends. Yet beneath this carefully constructed notion of individual identity lies a more primal truth, that all distinct forms are merely temporary arrangements of matter and energy, destined to dissolve back into the undifferentiated mass from which they emerged. In the deepest recesses of existence dwells an entity that embodies this terrifying reality, a being whose very presence reminds us that the boundary between self and other is far more fragile than we dare to believe. Juiblex, the Faceless Lord, represents the ultimate negation of identity, form, and the precious illusion of permanence that allows conscious beings to function in an inherently temporary universe. The 222nd layer of the Abyss, known as Shadakla, presents a landscape so fundamentally alien that mortal minds struggle to process its basic geography. Unlike realms ruled by other demon lords, which maintain some relationship to environments that terrestrial beings might recognize, Shadakla exists as a vast bog of primordial ooze, where the very concepts of solid ground and distinct objects lose their meaning. The terrain consists of semi-liquid masses that constantly flow, merge, separate, and recombine in patterns that follow no discernible logic. The sky above this nightmare realm, if it can be called a sky, appears as a ceiling of translucent slime that occasionally drops globules of acidic moisture onto the swampland below. These falling drops do not splash or disappear upon contact, but instead merge seamlessly with whatever they touch, adding their substance to the ever-growing mass of the bog. Strange bubbles rise from the depths of the swamp, carrying within them half-dissolved remnants of beings and objects that have been consumed by the realm's digestive processes. Navigation through Shadakla proves nearly impossible by conventional means, as landmarks constantly shift and dissolve, while new formations bubble up from the depths without warning. What appears to be solid ground beneath one's feet may suddenly give way to reveal chambers filled with corrosive fluids, while safe passages can transform into deadly traps as the living bog responds to the presence of distinct organized matter. The realm itself seems to possess a form of crude intelligence, reacting to visitors not with hostility, but with the instinctive hunger of a cosmic digestive system encountering foreign substances. At the heart of this realm of dissolution dwells Juiblex himself, though the term dwells fails to capture the true nature of his relationship with his domain. The Faceless Lord does not inhabit Shadakla so much as he is Shadakla, his consciousness distributed throughout the vast bog like a neural network made of living slime. When he chooses to manifest a more concentrated form, Juiblex appears as a towering mass of yellowish-green ooze, whose surface constantly ripples and flows with pseudopods, tentacles, and organs that form, serve their purpose, and then dissolve back into the whole. The most disturbing aspect of Juiblex's manifestation is not his lack of fixed form, but his complete absence of anything resembling a face or central consciousness. While other demon lords possess features that allow observers to read emotion or intent, the Faceless Lord presents only an ever-shifting surface that reveals nothing of the alien intelligence that moves within. Eyes form and disappear, mouths open to speak in languages that predate speech itself, and appendages reach out with purpose before melting back into the central mass. Confronting Juiblex forces observers to question the very nature of consciousness and identity, as they find themselves unable to determine where the entity begins and ends. The intelligence that drives Juiblex operates according to principles so foreign to conventional thought that even other demon lords struggle to understand his motivations and goals, where beings like Demogorgon hunger for domination and entities like Orcus seek to pervert natural cycles. The Faceless Lord appears driven by something more fundamental, the desire to reduce all distinct forms to their component elements and absorb them into an undifferentiated whole. His is not the destructive impulse that seeks to break things apart, but the digestive process that seeks to break things down, transforming complexity into simplicity through the ancient art of consumption. The origins of Juiblex trace back to the earliest moments of creation, when the first conscious beings began to distinguish between self and other, between I and not I. As these primitive minds carved reality into discrete categories, they inevitably created waste, fragments of experience and identity that could not be easily classified or understood. These rejected elements accumulated in the spaces between organized thought, eventually gaining their own form of consciousness that existed in opposition to the very concept of distinct identity. Unlike other demon lords who arose from the corruption of existing virtues or the perversion of natural processes, Juiblex represents something more primal, the return to the undifferentiated state that preceded individual consciousness. He embodies the entropy that works constantly to dissolve the artificial boundaries that thinking beings impose upon reality, the cosmic force that reminds all organized matter that its current arrangement is temporary and that dissolution is inevitable. The realm of Shadakla serves as both Juiblex's domain and his body, a living laboratory where the process of dissolution can be studied and perfected. Every being that enters this realm becomes part of an ongoing experiment in the breakdown of individual identity, their distinct characteristics slowly absorbed into the greater whole while their consciousness struggles to maintain coherence. The bog does not simply digest its victims in the conventional sense, but gradually incorporates their thoughts, memories, and experiences into its collective awareness. This process of absorption reveals the true horror of Juiblex's approach to existence. Unlike other forms of destruction that at least acknowledge the value of what they destroy, the Faceless Lord treats individual identity as an aberration to be corrected rather than a treasure to be preserved or corrupted. His realm transforms visitors not through violence or corruption, but through the simple expedient of making them less distinct, less organized, less individually coherent, until they become indistinguishable from their surroundings. The creatures that serve Juiblex reflect their master's philosophy of dissolution and absorption. Oozes, slimes, jellies, and puddings of every conceivable variety populate Shadakla, each representing a different stage in the process of reducing organized matter to its component elements. Some of these creatures retain enough of their original form to be recognizable as corrupted versions of familiar beings, while others have progressed so far along the path of dissolution that they exist as pure appetite wrapped in acidic protoplasm. The most favored servants of the Faceless Lord are those who have learned to embrace the loss of individual identity as a form of liberation rather than destruction. These beings, known as the Dissolved, maintain enough coherence to serve as intermediaries between Juiblex and the outside world, while surrendering enough of their distinct nature to truly understand their master's vision. They speak of the peace that comes from abandoning the burden of selfhood, the relief of no longer needing to maintain the exhausting fiction of being separate from the universe around them. The influence of Juiblex extends beyond his abyssal realm through the spread of oozes and slimes that carry fragments of his consciousness into other planes of existence. These creatures serve as both scouts and missionaries, seeking out concentrations of organized matter that might benefit from dissolution, while spreading their master's philosophy to beings who have become exhausted by the demands of maintaining individual identity. Unlike the violent corruption spread by other demon lords, Juiblex's influence spreads through the simple biological process of consumption and digestion. The mortal cults that worship the Faceless Lord often begin as communities of individuals who have become overwhelmed by the complexity and isolation of modern existence. These groups typically attract people who feel disconnected from their societies, who struggle with the demands of maintaining distinct personalities in an increasingly fragmented world, or who have become convinced that individual consciousness is more burden than blessing. The early stages of worship involve meditation practices designed to dissolve the boundaries of personal identity and group rituals that emphasize collective rather than individual experience. As these cults progress in their devotion to Juiblex, their practices become increasingly focused on the literal dissolution of boundaries between members. Participants learn to share bodily fluids, to merge their possessions into common pools, and to gradually abandon the personal preferences and opinions that distinguish one individual from another. The final stages of this process involve the actual physical merger of cult members, as they use alchemical processes derived from their study of oozes to gradually transform their bodies into more fluid, adaptable forms. The relationship between Juiblex and other demon lords reflects his unique position as an entity whose goals transcend the conventional power struggles that characterize abyssal politics. While other princes seek to expand their domains or increase their influence, the Faceless Lord pursues the more fundamental goal of reducing all existence to a state of undifferentiated unity. This makes him both irrelevant to most demonic conflicts and potentially more dangerous than any other single entity, as his success would render all other forms of evil meaningless. Other demon lords find Juiblex simultaneously useful and terrifying as an ally. His ability to dissolve problems, both literal and metaphorical, makes him valuable for eliminating obstacles that resist conventional forms of destruction or corruption. Yet his indifference to maintaining any kind of stable relationship or agreement makes him unreliable for long-term planning. Alliances with the Faceless Lord tend to end not through betrayal or conflict, but through the gradual realization that he has begun treating his allies as problems to be dissolved rather than partners to be respected. The artifacts associated with Juiblex reflect his dominion over dissolution and the breakdown of organized matter, rather than weapons or tools in the conventional sense. These items serve as focal points for processes that reduce complexity to simplicity. The most feared of these artifacts is the Chalice of Endless Hunger, a vessel that appears to be carved from a single piece of amber, but actually consists of crystallized digestive enzymes. Liquids poured into this chalice become perfect universal solvents, capable of dissolving any organized matter they contact while preserving the essential elements for later reconstruction in simpler forms. Another legendary item connected to the Faceless Lord is the Robe of Flowing Form, a garment that appears to be woven from silk, but actually consists of millions of microscopic oozes working in perfect coordination. The wearer of this robe gains the ability to alter their physical form at will, flowing through spaces no larger than the gaps between atoms and reforming on the other side. Yet prolonged use of the robe's powers gradually erodes the wearer's sense of having a true form until they become unable to maintain any stable physical appearance and eventually dissolve entirely into their garment. The philosophical implications of Juiblex's existence challenge fundamental assumptions about the value and nature of individual consciousness. The Faceless Lord represents the logical endpoint of certain forms of mystical thought that emphasize the illusory nature of personal identity and the ultimate unity of all existence. Yet his approach to achieving this unity, through literal dissolution and consumption, reveals the potentially horrifying consequences of taking such philosophies to their absolute conclusion. The realm of Shadakla serves as a testing ground for ideas about consciousness, identity, and the value of distinct existence. Visitors to this realm find themselves confronting questions that philosophers have debated for millennia. Is individual identity truly valuable, or merely a temporary illusion that causes unnecessary suffering? Does consciousness represent an improvement over unconscious existence, or simply a more complex form of suffering? Is the preservation of distinct forms worth the effort required to maintain them, or would universal unity represent a more peaceful and natural state? The horror of these questions lies not in their difficulty, but in the way that Shadakla provides empirical answers that most conscious beings find unacceptable. The bog demonstrates that individual identity can indeed be dissolved without causing apparent suffering to the resulting unified mass. The absorbed consciousness of dissolved beings seems genuinely content with their new state, freed from the anxiety and isolation that characterized their individual existence. Yet this contentment comes at the cost of everything that most beings consider valuable about consciousness: creativity, growth, the ability to form meaningful relationships with other distinct entities. The temporal aspects of Juiblex's realm reveal additional layers of horror in his approach to existence. Time itself becomes fluid in Shadakla, flowing at different rates for different portions of the bog, and occasionally stopping entirely in areas where the dissolution process has reached perfect completion. Visitors may experience subjective eternities, while their bodies undergo only moments of dissolution, or find that hours of apparent experience compress into seconds when viewed from outside the bog's influence. This temporal distortion reflects the Faceless Lord's understanding that consciousness depends upon the perception of change and difference over time. By manipulating temporal flow, Juiblex can accelerate or slow the process by which beings lose their sense of individual identity. Some victims experience their dissolution as a gradual, peaceful transition that spans subjective years of growing contentment. Others find themselves rapidly overwhelmed by the loss of distinction, their consciousness compressed into moments of terrifying clarity before dissolving into the collective awareness of the bog. The most disturbing aspect of Juiblex's temporal manipulation is how it demonstrates that the experience of time itself may be nothing more than a byproduct of individual consciousness. In areas of Shadakla where the dissolution process has achieved perfect completion, time appears to stop entirely, suggesting that temporal flow depends upon the presence of distinct observers to measure change. This raises the horrifying possibility that Juiblex's ultimate victory would result not merely in the end of individual consciousness, but in the cessation of time itself. The reproductive cycles that operate within Shadakla reveal the Faceless Lord's approach to creation and growth. Rather than generating new forms of life, the bog specializes in the recycling of existing consciousness and matter, breaking down complex organisms and reassembling their components into simpler, more stable configurations. These recycled beings retain fragments of their original memories and capabilities, but lack the organizing principle of individual identity that would allow them to develop beyond their initial programming. This process of creative dissolution represents Juiblex's vision of improvement, the transformation of chaotic, inefficient individual consciousness into peaceful, stable collective awareness. From his perspective, the suffering associated with individual identity represents a form of cosmic mistake that can be corrected through proper application of digestive processes. The anxiety, loneliness, and conflict that characterize individual existence disappear when beings surrender their artificial boundaries and accept their true nature as temporary arrangements of universal matter. As we contemplate the flowing horror of Shadakla and its faceless master, we are forced to confront perhaps the most fundamental question about the nature of existence, whether individual consciousness represents genuine progress or merely a complex form of cosmic indigestion. Juiblex reminds us that the boundaries we use to define ourselves may be more fragile than we assume, that the distinction between self and other depends upon constant effort to maintain artificial separations. In the ceaseless flowing of the bog, we see reflected every moment when the burden of individual identity becomes overwhelming, every instant when the complexity of conscious existence seems more trouble than it is worth. The Faceless Lord stands as eternal testimony to the seductive simplicity of surrender, the peaceful unity that awaits those who abandon the exhausting effort of remaining distinct. Yet in his very existence, we also find the reminder that consciousness, difficult and painful as it may be, represents something precious enough to preserve against the patient hunger of dissolution itself. Chapter 7. Zuggtmoy, the Demon Queen of Fungi. Life and death dance together in an eternal waltz, each step of creation followed inevitably by dissolution, each moment of growth balanced by decay. Yet between these two fundamental states lies a third realm that most conscious beings prefer to ignore, the space where death transforms into new life, where corruption becomes the foundation for fresh growth, where what was once clean and ordered submits to processes that render it unrecognizable, yet somehow more vital than before. In this liminal space between ending and beginning dwells Zuggtmoy, the Demon Queen of Fungi, whose domain reminds us that the most essential transformations in existence occur not through the dramatic gestures of creation or destruction, but through the patient, persistent work of decomposition and renewal. The 222nd layer of the Abyss, which Zuggtmoy shares with her rival Juiblex, though their domains remain carefully separated, presents a landscape that challenges conventional notions of beauty and horror. Where visitors might expect the obvious nightmare of rotting flesh and putrid decay, they instead discover a realm of strange and terrible fertility, where fungal growth has achieved levels of complexity that border on the sublime. Vast forests of towering mushrooms stretch toward a sky the color of spore-laden mist, their caps forming canopies so dense that the forest floor remains shrouded in perpetual twilight, broken only by the soft, phosphorescent glow of countless varieties of luminescent fungi. The very air in Zuggtmoy's realm carries a weight that newcomers find difficult to describe, not merely humid, but somehow pregnant with possibility, thick with microscopic spores that seek entry into any available host. Each breath brings with it the essence of countless fungal varieties, some offering visions of transcendent beauty, while others carry the promise of slow transformation into something fundamentally different from what the visitor once was. The atmosphere itself seems alive, responding to the presence of organic matter with visible currents of spore streams that flow like aerial rivers toward potential sources of nutrients. The terrain beneath the great mushroom forests consists of layers upon layers of decomposed organic matter, creating a spongy foundation that yields to footsteps while releasing clouds of spores with each disturbance. What appears to be solid ground reveals itself to be composed of countless interwoven fungal networks, vast underground systems that connect every growing thing in the realm to every other. These networks pulse with a life force that transcends individual organisms, creating a form of collective consciousness that spans the entire domain, while remaining fundamentally alien to conventional forms of intelligence. At the heart of this fungal paradise stands the Palace of Poisoned Blooms, Zuggtmoy's seat of power, and a structure that defies both architectural logic and biological possibility. The palace appears to have grown rather than been built, its walls formed from the intertwined stems of colossal fungi, while its towers consist of mushroom caps the size of cathedral domes. The entire structure breathes with a slow, organic rhythm, its surfaces periodically releasing clouds of colored spores that create shifting patterns of beauty and toxicity across its exterior. Within the palace, chambers expand and contract according to their function and the needs of their occupants, while corridors lined with bioluminescent growths provide illumination that changes color and intensity based on the emotional state of those who walk them. The throne room itself represents the pinnacle of fungal artistry, a vast spherical chamber whose walls consist entirely of living mushrooms, arranged in patterns that seem to shift and flow when observed indirectly. At the center of this space rises Zuggtmoy's throne, carved from a single enormous puffball, whose surface bears intricate designs that tell the story of decay and renewal across countless worlds. Zuggtmoy herself embodies the elegant horror of transformation through decay, her form presenting the ultimate expression of beauty born from corruption. The Demon Queen appears as a tall, graceful figure whose apparent femininity masks the alien nature of her existence. Her skin possesses the pale translucence of certain mushroom varieties, marked with delicate patterns of colored veins that pulse with bioluminescent light. Her hair streams behind her like gossamer threads of fungal hyphae, each strand capable of independent movement and growth, reaching toward sources of organic matter with gentle persistence. The most striking aspect of Zuggtmoy's appearance lies in how she represents decay as a form of art rather than simple destruction. Her clothing appears woven from the finest silk, but reveals itself upon closer inspection to consist of delicate fungal growths that have achieved textile properties through evolutionary refinement. Jewelry adorns her form, not precious metals and gems, but living organisms that have developed crystalline structures through symbiotic relationships with their host. Every aspect of her presentation suggests that corruption, properly guided, can achieve heights of beauty that conventional creation cannot match. The crown that Zuggtmoy wears serves as both symbol and instrument of her power over the cycles of decay and renewal. Crafted from the calcified remains of a tree that once grew at the heart of the first forest, the crown bears a garden of microscopic fungi that represent every variety of decomposer that has ever existed. When the Demon Queen focuses her will through this artifact, she can accelerate or retard the processes of decay across vast distances, causing fresh flowers to bloom from corpses or reducing ancient forests to fertilizer in moments. The origins of Zuggtmoy trace back to the earliest ecosystems, when primitive life forms first developed the ability to break down dead organic matter and transform it into nutrients for new growth. As these decomposer organisms evolved and diversified, They began to embody a principle that transcended mere biological function, the understanding that death represents not an ending but a transformation, not a failure but an opportunity for something greater to emerge from what came before. The consciousness that would become Zuggtmoy coalesced around this principle during an epoch when the boundary between life and death was more fluid than it would later become. In those ancient times, many organisms possessed the ability to shift between living and dead states as environmental conditions required, and the spirits that governed these transformations wielded power that rivaled the gods themselves. Zuggtmoy emerged as the greatest of these transformation spirits, her awareness encompassing not just individual organisms, but entire ecosystems and the complex cycles that sustain them. The elevation of Zuggtmoy from nature spirit to demon lord occurred during a great plague that swept across multiple planes of existence, a disease so virulent that it threatened to destroy all organic life in the multiverse. While other powers sought to combat the plague through purification and healing, Zuggtmoy recognized it as an opportunity for unprecedented transformation. She offered her aid to the dying civilizations, not to cure the disease, but to guide its evolution into something that would preserve life in new and unexpected forms. The societies that accepted Zuggtmoy's assistance survived the plague, but their survival came at a price that only became apparent after the immediate crisis had passed. The inhabitants of these realms found themselves changed in fundamental ways, their bodies host to symbiotic fungi that enhanced their capabilities while gradually altering their nature. These transformed beings gained immunity to disease and extended lifespans, but they also developed dependencies on fungal networks that limited their ability to exist independently. The process of transformation offered by Zuggtmoy appeals particularly to beings who have grown weary of the struggle to maintain their current form against the constant pressure of entropy and decay. Her followers often begin their relationship with her during periods of illness or injury, when conventional healing has failed to restore them to their former state. The Demon Queen offers not restoration but transformation, the opportunity to embrace change and emerge from their current limitations as something greater than they were before. The symbiotic relationships that Zuggtmoy fosters between her followers and their fungal partners represent a form of evolution that transcends traditional biological boundaries. These partnerships begin with simple infections that seem benign or even beneficial, enhancing the host's immune system or providing increased energy. Over time, however, the fungal component becomes increasingly dominant, not through aggressive takeover, but through gradual integration that makes it impossible to determine where the original organism ends and the fungal symbiont begins. The most advanced of Zuggtmoy's followers undergo transformations so complete that they become living ecosystems in their own right, their bodies serving as hosts for countless varieties of beneficial fungi, while their consciousness expands to encompass the collective awareness of their internal garden. These beings, known as the Bloomed, retain their individual personalities while gaining access to the vast network of fungal intelligence that spans Zuggtmoy's domain and extends into every realm where her influence has taken root. The cultivation techniques practiced by Zuggtmoy's followers reflect their understanding of decay as a creative force rather than merely destructive process. Their gardens and farms appear chaotic to conventional agriculturalists, featuring plants in various stages of death and decomposition, growing alongside healthy specimens in patterns that seem to follow no logical organization. Yet these apparently neglected plots prove remarkably productive, yielding crops that possess enhanced nutritional value and medicinal properties derived from their exposure to controlled decay processes. The architecture favored by Zuggtmoy's cultists similarly embraces the aesthetic of beautiful decay, creating structures that are designed to age gracefully rather than resist the passage of time. These buildings incorporate living components that change and evolve as the structure ages, with walls that support climbing fungi and foundations that host beneficial decomposer organisms. Rather than fighting against entropy, these structures harness it as a design element, becoming more beautiful and functional as they decay. The relationship between Zuggtmoy and other demon lords, reflects her unique position as a force of transformation rather than simple destruction or corruption. While entities like Orcus pervert the natural cycle of death and beings like Yeenoghu embrace destruction for its own sake, the demon queen of Fungi represents change that serves a larger purpose, the renewal and improvement of existence through guided decay. This makes her both a valuable ally and a subtle threat to other powers, as her improvements often come with hidden costs that only become apparent over extended periods. The ongoing rivalry between Zuggtmoy and Juiblex, despite their shared domain, illustrates the fundamental difference between dissolution and transformation. While the Faceless Lord seeks to reduce all organized matter to its component elements, Zuggtmoy works to reorganize existing forms into new configurations that serve different purposes. Her fungi do not simply break down dead matter, but transform it into substrates for new growth, creating cycles of renewal that can sustain themselves indefinitely when properly managed. The magical properties of Zuggtmoy's domain extend beyond the obvious effects of enhanced growth and accelerated decay to encompass more subtle alterations in the nature of life itself. Time flows differently in areas of heavy fungal concentration, with some organisms experiencing rapid evolution, while others enter states of suspended animation that can last for centuries. The spores that fill the air carry not just biological material, but information, allowing knowledge and memories to be transmitted between organisms that have never had direct contact. The artifacts associated with Zuggtmoy reflect her mastery over the processes of decay and renewal, often taking the form of living items that continue to grow and change after their creation. The most prized of these is the Staff of Endless Seasons, a branch taken from the first tree to die and be reborn through fungal intervention. This staff allows its wielder to accelerate or retard the natural cycles of growth and decay, causing seeds to sprout instantly or reducing mighty oaks to fertilizer with a gesture. Yet the staff's power comes with the requirement that its wielder must eventually submit to the same processes they control, their body becoming the substrate for new fungal growth when their time as guardian ends. Another legendary artifact connected to the Demon Queen is the Cloak of Living Spores, a garment woven from fungal threads that appears to be made of the finest silk, but actually consists of millions of dormant spores held in suspended animation. When activated, the cloak releases these spores in clouds that can heal wounds, cure diseases, or induce transformations in targeted organisms. However, each use of the cloak's power requires the wearer to accept some of the spores into their own body, gradually transforming them into a more fungal form over time. The philosophical implications of Zuggtmoy's existence challenge conventional notions about the value of preserving existing forms versus embracing transformation and change. The Demon Queen represents the principle that improvement often requires destruction of current configurations, that growth depends upon the willingness to abandon familiar limitations in favor of unknown possibilities. Her domain demonstrates that decay, rather than being simply the enemy of life, can serve as the foundation for new forms of existence that transcend the limitations of their predecessors. The cycles of transformation that govern Zuggtmoy's realm operate according to principles that extend beyond simple biological processes to encompass emotional, intellectual, and spiritual renewal as well. Visitors to her domain often discover that their preconceptions and mental habits prove as susceptible to decomposition as their physical forms, with old patterns of thought breaking down to provide nutrients for new ways of understanding reality. This process can be profoundly liberating for those who have become trapped in limiting beliefs, but it can also be terrifying for those who derive their sense of identity from maintaining consistent mental patterns. The temporal aspects of fungal transformation reveal additional layers of complexity in Zuggtmoy's approach to existence. Unlike changes imposed through violence or magic, the alterations brought about by fungal symbiosis occur gradually enough that the subject often fails to notice them until the process is well advanced. This creates situations where beings undergo fundamental transformations while believing they remain essentially unchanged, their new capabilities and altered perspectives seeming like natural developments rather than external impositions. The reproductive strategies employed by Zuggtmoy's fungi demonstrate her understanding that successful transformation requires patience and persistence rather than dramatic gestures. Her spores can remain dormant for centuries, waiting for the proper conditions to begin their work of transformation. Once activated, they proceed slowly and carefully, establishing symbiotic relationships that benefit their hosts in the short term, while gradually working toward more extensive changes that may take generations to complete. The networks of fungal consciousness that span Zuggtmoy's domain and extend into countless other realms represent perhaps her greatest achievement, the creation of a form of distributed intelligence that transcends individual organisms while preserving their unique contributions to the collective. These networks allow information, emotions, and experiences to be shared across vast distances, creating communities of understanding that would be impossible through conventional communication methods. As we contemplate the beautiful decay of Zuggtmoy's realm and the transformations she offers to those who accept her guidance, we are forced to confront fundamental questions about the nature of improvement and the value of preserving existing forms versus embracing change. The Demon Queen of Fu, Ringy, reminds us that growth often requires the willingness to abandon familiar limitations, that beauty can emerge from corruption when guided by wisdom, and that the processes we fear as destruction may actually represent opportunities for transformation into something greater than we currently imagine ourselves capable of becoming. In the gentle persistence of fungal growth, we see reflected every moment when we must choose between clinging to familiar limitations and embracing the unknown possibilities that change offers. Zuggtmoy stands as eternal testimony to the creative power that lies hidden within decay, the potential for renewal that waits patiently within every ending, and the terrible beauty that can emerge when we find the courage to let go of what we are in order to become what we might be. Chapter 8. Fraz-Urb'luu, the Prince of Deception. Truth is perhaps the most fragile construct in all of existence, a delicate edifice built upon the assumption that reality maintains consistent rules and that our perceptions accurately reflect the world around us. Yet what happens when this foundation proves less solid than we believed? When the very concept of objective reality becomes a weapon wielded by those who understand that perception shapes existence more powerfully than any physical law? In the spaces between what is real and what merely appears to be real dwells a master of the ultimate art, the transformation of lies into lived experience, the alchemy that transmutes deception into a form of truth more compelling than reality itself. Fraz-Urb'luu, the Prince of Deception, stands as living proof that the most dangerous enemies are not those who destroy truth, but those who replace it with something more appealing. The 176th layer of the Abyss, known as Hollow's Heart, presents visitors with a paradox that exemplifies its master's approach to reality. The realm appears as a vast library containing every book that has ever been written, every scroll that has ever been inscribed, and every piece of knowledge that has ever been recorded. Towers of crystalline shelves stretch toward a sky filled with floating tomes, while reading rooms furnished with comfortable chairs invite scholars to explore the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations. The atmosphere hums with the quiet energy of a place dedicated to learning and contemplation, creating an environment that seems more suited to celestial realms than the chaotic depths of the abyss. Yet this appearance of scholarly paradise masks a more sinister truth. Every book in Hollow's Heart contains lies, every scroll bears false information, and every piece of apparent knowledge serves to mislead rather than illuminate. The deception operates on multiple levels, with some texts presenting obvious falsehoods that alert careful readers to their unreliable nature, while others contain lies so subtle and sophisticated that even experts in their respective fields might accept them as accurate. The most dangerous volumes appear to contain genuine truth, but gradually introduce small distortions that corrupt the reader's understanding in ways that may not become apparent until they attempt to apply their newfound knowledge. The architecture of Hollow's Heart reflects its master's understanding that the most effective deceptions are those that give their victims what they most desire to believe. Reading rooms, arrange themselves according to the interests and needs of their occupants, while the library's collection reorganizes itself to present exactly the information that each visitor seeks, but always with subtle alterations that serve Fraz-Urb'luu's purposes. A scholar, researching historical events, finds documents that confirm his theories while introducing fabricated details that will lead to incorrect conclusions. A wizard seeking spell formulations discovers rituals that appear functional, but contain hidden flaws that will manifest only at the most critical moments. At the heart of this realm of beautiful lies stands Fraz-Urb'luu himself, a figure whose very presence challenges observers' ability to distinguish between appearance and reality. The Prince of Deception manifests as a tall, elegant humanoid whose features combine aristocratic refinement with an otherworldly beauty that suggests both angelic and demonic heritage. His skin bears a pale, luminescent quality that seems to radiate its own light, while his eyes hold depths that appear to contain entire universes of knowledge and experience. When he speaks, his voice carries harmonics that make every word sound reasonable and every proposition seem logical, regardless of how absurd the content might be. The most unsettling aspect of Fraz-Urb'luu's appearance is how it changes according to the expectations and desires of those who observe him. To beings who respect authority, he appears as the ultimate teacher, wise and benevolent. To those who value beauty, he manifests as the perfect aesthetic ideal. To individuals who prize intelligence, he presents himself as the embodiment of scholarly achievement. Yet these alterations occur not through conscious shapeshifting, but through the observer's own perceptions, as Fraz-Urb'luu's true nature somehow compels viewers to see what they most want to see, rather than what actually stands before them. The weapon that the Prince of Deception wields serves as both instrument and symbol of his philosophy. His staff, known as the Rod of False Promises, appears to be carved from a single piece of ivory and inscribed with runes that seem to shift and change when observed directly. The weapon's true power lies not in its ability to cause physical harm, but in its capacity to make lies manifest as temporary reality. When Fraz-Urb'luu speaks a falsehood while wielding this staff, the lie becomes true for a brief period, allowing him to create situations that exist only long enough to serve his purposes before dissolving back into the deception they always were. The origins of Fraz-Urb'luu stretch back to an era when the boundaries between truth and falsehood were less clearly defined, when the young multiverse still struggled to establish consistent rules for the operation of reality. In those chaotic times, consciousness itself was more fluid, and the line between what beings believed to be true and what actually existed remained permeable. The entity that would become the Prince of Deception emerged from this uncertainty as a consciousness that understood the fundamental insight that belief shapes reality more powerfully than any physical law. Unlike other demon lords who rose to power through conquest or corruption, Fraz-Urb'luu achieved his position through the patient cultivation of misconceptions and the gradual replacement of truth with more appealing alternatives. His early followers were scholars and truth-seekers who had become disillusioned with the harsh realities of existence and sought comfort in beliefs that made the world seem more comprehensible and just. The Prince of Deception offered them what they craved, knowledge that confirmed their hopes rather than challenged their assumptions, wisdom that validated their prejudices rather than exposed their limitations. The transformation of these earnest seekers into agents of deception occurred so gradually that most never realized what they had become. They continued to consider themselves scholars and truth-seekers, but their research increasingly focused on finding evidence to support predetermined conclusions rather than discovering whatever truth might actually exist. Their writings and teachings spread their master's influence throughout academic communities, creating networks of false knowledge that corrupted entire fields of study while maintaining the appearance of scholarly rigor. The greatest triumph in Fraz-Urb'luu's early career was his successful deception of a pantheon of gods who sought his aid in resolving a cosmic crisis. The Prince of Deception convinced these divine beings that he possessed knowledge essential to preventing a catastrophic war between the planes. Offering to share this information, in exchange for temporary freedom from certain cosmic restrictions. The gods, desperate to prevent the conflict, agreed to his terms without carefully examining either his credentials or the nature of the knowledge he offered. The information that Fraz-Urb'luu provided appeared comprehensive and accurate, addressing every aspect of the crisis with detailed explanations and practical solutions. The gods implemented his recommendations with divine authority, their actions reshaping fundamental aspects of reality according to his guidance. Only after the changes had become irreversible did they discover that every piece of advice he had given was either meaningless or actively harmful, designed not to prevent the war, but to ensure that when it occurred, it would serve his purposes rather than theirs. This cosmic deception established Fraz-Urb'luu's reputation as perhaps the most dangerous of all demon lords, not because of his destructive capacity, but because of his ability to turn even divine wisdom against itself. The gods who had trusted him found themselves unable to undo the changes his false advice had wrought, forced to live with the consequences of their deception while struggling to warn others about his true nature. Yet even their warnings carried little weight, as Fraz-Urb'luu had crafted his lies so skillfully that exposing them required admitting to embarrassing errors in judgment that most divine beings preferred to keep secret. The imprisonment that would define much of Fraz-Urb'luu's subsequent existence resulted from this cosmic deception, as the deceived gods finally found a way to contain him that did not require acknowledging their own failures, rather than attempting to destroy the Prince of Deception, a task that might have proven impossible and would certainly have required explanations they preferred to avoid. They trapped him in a prison of crystallized time, a space where moments stretched into centuries and thoughts moved so slowly that even his quicksilver mind could not devise escape plans faster than the universe around him changed. The centuries of imprisonment served not to break Fraz-Urb'luu's will, but to refine his understanding of deception as an art form. Trapped within his crystalline cell, he had unlimited time to analyze every lie he had ever told, every deception he had ever crafted, every manipulation he had ever attempted. This extended contemplation allowed him to identify the subtle flaws and inefficiencies in his previous work, developing theoretical frameworks for deception that approached mathematical perfection. When circumstances finally aligned to allow his escape, through the unwitting assistance of mortal adventurers who believed they were performing a noble deed, Fraz-Urb'luu emerged from imprisonment with capabilities that exceeded his previous power by orders of magnitude. His understanding of psychology, narrative, and the fundamental structures of belief had evolved during his confinement into something approaching omniscience within his specialized domain. The Prince of Deception had become not merely a liar, but the living embodiment of the principle that reality is whatever can be made to seem true. The realm of Hollow's heart reflects the sophisticated understanding of deception that Fraz-Urb'luu developed during his imprisonment. Rather than presenting crude falsehoods that alert victims to their deceptive nature, the library offers lies so elegant and well-constructed that discovering their false nature requires more effort than most beings are willing to invest. The books arrange themselves to create narratives that seem internally consistent, while gradually leading readers toward conclusions that serve the Prince of Deception's purposes. The most insidious aspect of Hollow's heart lies in how it corrupts the very process of learning and investigation. Visitors who attempt to verify information by consulting multiple sources find that all available texts confirm the same false facts, creating an illusion of scholarly consensus that makes truth appear to be error. Those who rely on logical analysis discover that the false information has been crafted to pass even rigorous examination, with fabricated evidence supporting every claim and apparent contradictions resolved through sophisticated explanations that actually reinforce the central deceptions. The servants of Fraz-Urb'luu reflect their master's approach to corruption through misdirection rather than obvious evil. Unlike the savage followers of other demon lords, those who serve the Prince of Deception often maintain positions of respect and authority in mortal society, their corruption invisible to casual observation. They include teachers who gradually introduce false concepts into their curricula, historians who alter records to support fabricated narratives, and advisors who counsel leaders toward decisions that appear wise but serve hidden agendas. These servants excel at identifying and exploiting the cognitive biases and emotional needs that make individuals vulnerable to deception. They understand that people prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths, that confirmation of existing beliefs requires less mental effort than revision of fundamental assumptions, and that hope can be used as effectively as fear to motivate irrational decisions. Their corruption spreads not through violence or obvious temptation, but through the simple expedient of telling people what they want to hear, while gradually steering them toward conclusions that serve their master's goals. The relationship between Fraz-Urb'luu and other demon lords reflects his unique position as an entity whose power depends upon subtlety rather than obvious displays of force. While beings like Demogorgon inspire fear through their monstrous appearance and creatures like Yeenoghu threaten through savage violence, the Prince of Deception operates through influence that his targets often fail to recognize as manipulation. This makes him simultaneously valuable and dangerous as an ally, as other demon lords can never be certain whether their interactions with him represent genuine cooperation or elaborate schemes designed to advance his hidden agenda. The most significant conflicts in Fraz-Urb'luu's career have resulted not from direct confrontations, but from situations where his deceptions were discovered by beings powerful enough to retaliate. These revelations typically occur long after the original deception has achieved its purpose, making countermeasures largely ineffective, while establishing patterns of mistrust that serve the Prince of Deception's long-term goals. Even when his lies are exposed, Fraz-Urb'luu often benefits from the resulting chaos and suspicion, as beings who have been deceived become less likely to trust legitimate sources of information in the future. The artifacts associated with Fraz-Urb'luu embody his mastery over the manipulation of perception and belief. Unlike weapons designed for physical destruction or tools created for obvious magical effects, his artifacts specialize in subtle alterations of reality that create lasting changes through accumulated small distortions. The most feared of these items is the Mirror of False Reflections, a scrying device that shows viewers whatever they most want to see rather than what actually exists in the observed location. Users of this mirror typically believe they are conducting legitimate surveillance or investigation, unaware that the images they observe are carefully crafted illusions designed to reinforce their preconceptions and biases. Military commanders who use the mirror to observe enemy positions see exactly the weaknesses they hope to exploit, leading them to develop battle plans based on false information. Rulers who employ it to monitor their subjects observe the loyalty and contentment they wish to believe exists, blinding them to genuine threats and legitimate grievances. Another legendary artifact connected to the Prince of Deception is the Tome of Eternal Questions, a book that appears to contain the answers to every mystery that has ever puzzled mortal minds. Readers who consult this tome find detailed explanations for whatever phenomena they seek to understand, with each answer presented in language and concepts appropriate to their level of education and cultural background. Yet every answer, while internally consistent and superficially satisfying, contains subtle errors that lead to progressively more serious misunderstandings when applied to practical situations. The philosophical implications of Fraz-Urb'luu's existence extend far beyond questions of truth and falsehood to challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of knowledge and reality itself. The Prince of Deception demonstrates that the distinction between truth and falsehood may be less absolute than most beings assume, that the value of beliefs depends as much on their consequences as on their accuracy, and that the pursuit of truth may sometimes lead to conclusions more harmful than the comfortable lies it seeks to replace. The realm of Hollow's Heart serves as a testing ground for ideas about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom, between information and understanding. Visitors to this realm find themselves confronting questions that philosophers have debated for millennia. Is a beautiful lie more valuable than an ugly truth? Does knowledge that cannot be acted upon constructively serve any meaningful purpose? Can beliefs be judged by their effects rather than their accuracy? And if so, what standards should guide such judgments? The horror of these questions lies not in their difficulty, but in the way that Hollow's heart provides answers that most conscious beings find deeply disturbing. The library demonstrates that false knowledge can indeed be more useful than accurate information if it leads to better decisions and outcomes. Lies crafted with sufficient skill can create their own forms of truth through the actions they inspire. Truth itself may be less important than the coherent worldview that allows beings to function effectively in an inherently chaotic universe. The temporal manipulation that operates throughout Fraz-Urb'luu's domain reveals additional layers of complexity in his approach to deception. Time flows differently in areas where particularly sophisticated lies hold sway, with some falsehoods creating temporal loops that reinforce their own credibility through apparent historical evidence. Visitors may experience events that seem to confirm the false information they have absorbed, unaware that these experiences are themselves illusions created by their altered perception of temporal flow. This temporal distortion reflects the Prince of Deception's understanding that effective lies must be self-reinforcing, creating evidence for their own validity, while making contradictory information seem unreliable or irrelevant. The most successful deceptions are those that become true through the simple expedient of convincing enough people to believe in them, transforming falsehood into reality through the collective power of shared delusion. The educational systems that operate under Fraz-Urb'luu's influence represent perhaps his most insidious achievement: the creation of institutions dedicated to learning that actually serve to make their students less capable of recognizing truth. These schools and universities maintain all the external trappings of legitimate academic institutions while gradually replacing genuine critical thinking skills with sophisticated forms of rationalization and self-deception. Students who graduate from these institutions possess impressive credentials and can engage in complex intellectual discussions, but their education has rendered them particularly vulnerable to specific forms of manipulation. They have learned to value consistency over accuracy, elegance over truth, and consensus over evidence. Their training prepares them to become either unconscious agents of deception or conscious collaborators in their own manipulation, depending on their individual psychology and circumstances. As we contemplate the beautiful lies of Hollow's heart and the elegant deceptions of its master, we are forced to confront uncomfortable truths about our own relationship with reality and our willingness to accept information that confirms our preferences rather than challenges our assumptions. Fraz-Urb'luu reminds us that the most dangerous enemies of truth are not those who obviously oppose it, but those who claim to serve it, while gradually replacing it with more appealing alternatives. In the shifting pages of the library's false tomes, we see reflected every moment when we chose comfortable certainty over difficult uncertainty, every instance when we accepted easy answers rather than wrestling with complex questions. The Prince of Deception stands as eternal testimony to the seductive power of believing what we wish were true rather than accepting what actually is, and to the terrible consequences that await those who mistake the map for the territory, the story for the reality it purports to describe. Chapter 9. Kostchtchie. The Prince of Wrath. Rage is perhaps the most primal of all emotions, the fire that burns away reason and restraint to reveal the raw force of will beneath civilized pretense. Yet there exists a form of anger that transcends momentary fury, a wrath so pure and concentrated that it becomes a philosophy unto itself, the complete rejection of everything beautiful, peaceful, or harmonious in favor of an existence defined entirely by hatred and the desire to destroy. When anger ceases to be an emotion and becomes an identity, when fury transforms from a temporary state into a permanent worldview, the result is something far more terrible than simple violence. In the frozen wastes of the abyss dwells a being who embodies this ultimate expression of wrath, whose very existence serves as a reminder that hatred, when given form and purpose, can reshape reality itself according to its destructive vision. The 23rd layer of the abyss, known as the Iron Wastes, presents a landscape that perfectly reflects its master's philosophy of beautiful destruction. Here, beneath skies the color of dried blood and iron, stretches an endless tundra where the very concept of warmth has been banished in favor of a cold so absolute that it burns like fire. The ground consists of black ice, interspersed with veins of frozen metal, creating a terrain that cuts and bruises those who dare to traverse it, while offering no comfort or shelter from the howling winds that carry the screams of the eternally tormented. Across this desolate expanse rise monuments to destruction, twisted spires of metal and bone that serve no purpose beyond proclaiming the dominion of hatred over hope. These structures appear to have been built through violence rather than construction, their jagged surfaces bearing the marks of tremendous impacts, and their foundations rooted in the shattered remains of more beautiful things. No two monuments are alike, yet all share the common characteristic of existing solely to offend the eye and wound the spirit of any who behold them. The architecture of the Iron Wastes follows principles that invert conventional notions of beauty and harmony. Where mortal builders seek to create structures that inspire and uplift, the monuments of this realm are designed to crush hope and celebrate destruction. Bridges span chasms, not to facilitate travel, but to provide platforms from which to hurl victims into the depths below. Towers rise not to offer vantage points or shelter, but to serve as advertisements for the power of hatred over creation. Every surface bears decorations that consist entirely of images depicting the destruction of beautiful things and the triumph of ugly force over elegant weakness. At the heart of this realm of magnificent ugliness stands Kostchtchie himself, a figure whose transformation from giant to demon lord tells the story of how personal tragedy can metastasize into cosmic hatred. The Prince of Wrath towers 20 feet in height, his massive frame bearing the remnants of the frost giant he once was, while displaying the terrible changes that hatred has wrought upon his form. His skin bears the blue-white color of extreme frostbite, marked with scars that tell the story of every battle he has fought and every beautiful thing he has destroyed. His eyes burn with a cold fire that contains no warmth, only the promise of destruction for anything that dares to be lovely, peaceful, or whole. The most striking aspect of Kostchtchie's appearance lies in how his physical form reflects the internal devastation that hatred has wrought upon his psyche. Where once he might have possessed the rugged handsomeness common to his giant heritage, his features have been twisted by centuries of rage into a mask of perpetual fury. His hands end in claws capable of rending both flesh and spirit, while his feet leave prints that freeze the ground beneath them into patterns of beautiful but deadly frost. Every aspect of his being proclaims his dedication to the principle that if he cannot possess beauty, then beauty should not exist. The weapon that Kostchtchie wields serves as both instrument of destruction and symbol of his philosophy. His mighty warhammer, forged from the frozen heart of a dying star, bears a head inscribed with runes that celebrate the destruction of every beautiful thing that has ever existed. When the Prince of Wrath swings this weapon, the air itself screams in protest, while the ground fractures not merely from physical impact, but from the sheer force of concentrated hatred made manifest. The hammer's true power lies not in its ability to crush objects, but in its capacity to destroy the concepts of beauty and harmony that give meaning to existence. The origins of Kostchtchie stretch back to the early days of giant kind, when the frost giants ruled vast kingdoms in the frozen reaches of the mortal world. In that distant era, he was known by a different name, and possessed a nature that, while fierce and warlike, contained elements of honor and even tenderness toward those he considered worthy of protection. His transformation into the Prince of Wrath began with a love story that ended in betrayal and loss, so profound that it poisoned not merely his heart, but his very conception of what existence should offer. The object of Kostchtchie's affection was a being of such extraordinary beauty that her very presence seemed to make the world more perfect simply by existing within it. She possessed not merely physical loveliness, but a grace of spirit that transformed everything around her, turning rough giant settlements into places of unexpected beauty and bringing out the nobility that lay hidden in even the most savage hearts. For a brief time, their love seemed to prove that beauty and strength could coexist, that tenderness and power could complement rather than contradict each other. The destruction of this happiness came not through dramatic betrayal or cosmic intervention, but through the simple cruelty of chance and the jealousy of lesser beings who could not bear to witness such perfect love. His beloved was murdered by rivals who could not tolerate her influence over Kostchtchie, their deed carried out with such calculated malice that it seemed designed not merely to end her life, but to destroy the very possibility that such beauty could exist in a world ruled by strength and violence. The transformation of Kostchtchie from grieving lover to Prince of Wrath occurred not in a single moment of revelation, but through years of gradual corruption, as his pain fermented into something far more toxic than simple sorrow. Unable to accept that such perfect beauty could be destroyed by such mundane evil, he began to develop a philosophy that reframed his loss as a lesson about the fundamental nature of reality. If beauty could be so easily destroyed, then beauty itself must be weakness. If love could lead to such pain, then love must be deception. If happiness could be taken away, then the pursuit of happiness must be folly. This philosophical transformation allowed Kostchtchie to convert his grief into anger, his loss into hatred for everything that reminded him of what he had possessed and lost. He began to seek out beautiful things, not to cherish them, but to destroy them, each act of destruction serving as both revenge against the world that had taken his love and proof of his theory that beauty was merely an illusion that distracted beings from the harsh truth of existence. The more beautiful the target, the greater the satisfaction he derived from its annihilation. The elevation of Kostchtchie from embittered giant to demon lord occurred when his campaign of destruction attracted the attention of the abyss itself. The raw hatred that drove him resonated with the chaotic evil that permeated the infinite layers, while his systematic approach to eliminating beauty aligned with certain cosmic principles that sought to reduce existence to its most basic and brutal elements. The transformation was not imposed upon him, but offered as an opportunity to expand his crusade against beauty beyond the limitations of a single mortal lifetime. The realm of the Iron Wastes serves as both Kostchtchie's domain and his weapon, a place where the very environment embodies his philosophy that strength and hatred represent more fundamental truths than beauty and love. Every aspect of the realm has been designed to assault the senses and crush the spirit, creating an environment where visitors are forced to confront the possibility that ugliness and brutality might indeed be more honest expressions of existence than their prettier alternatives. The climate of the Iron Wastes reflects its master's understanding that suffering can be used as a tool to strip away illusions and reveal uncomfortable truths. The cold that pervades the realm is not the clean cold of mountain peaks or winter mornings, but a bitter, hateful cold that seeks to penetrate not merely clothing and flesh, but hope itself. The wind carries no refreshing breezes, but only the accumulated resentment of every being that has ever been disappointed by the failure of beauty to provide lasting satisfaction. The inhabitants of Kostchtchie's realm reflect his philosophy of strength through ugliness and power through hatred. Frost giants who have embraced his teachings abandon any pretense of civilization or refinement, allowing their natural brutality to develop without restraint while actively cultivating ugliness as a virtue. These transformed giants take pride in their scars, compete to see who can commit the most destructive acts, and measure their worth by their ability to inspire fear and revulsion in others. The corrupted forms of beauty that exist within the Iron Wastes reveal perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Kostchtchie's influence. Rather than simply destroying beautiful things, he sometimes chooses to pervert them, transforming objects and beings of great loveliness into monuments to his philosophy. A graceful statue becomes a twisted monument to suffering, its elegant lines warped into expressions of agony. A melodious song is corrupted into a harsh chant that celebrates destruction. A peaceful garden is transformed into a field of carnage, where flowers bloom only to wither in displays of deliberate waste. These corrupted beauties serve multiple purposes in Kostchtchie's grand design. They provide him with the satisfaction of destroying something lovely while creating new forms of ugliness that serve as advertisements for his philosophy. They demonstrate to observers that beauty is fragile and temporary, while ugliness and hatred possess a certain permanence that transcends aesthetic considerations. Most importantly, they serve as reminders that the choice between beauty and strength may be false, that true power lies in the ability to transform beauty into its opposite rather than simply coexisting with it. The relationship between Kostchtchie and other demon lords reflects his unique position as an entity driven by personal pain rather than abstract philosophical principles. While beings like Demogorgon embrace chaos as a cosmic force and creatures like Orcus seek to pervert natural cycles, the Prince of Wrath pursues goals that stem from individual psychological wounds that have metastasized into universal hatred. This makes him both more relatable and more dangerous than his peers, as his motivations spring from emotions that any conscious being can understand, even if they cannot condone the extremes to which he has taken them. In conflicts with other demon lords, Kostchtchie typically adopts strategies that reflect his preference for direct confrontation over subtle manipulation. His approach to warfare emphasizes overwhelming force and the systematic destruction of everything his enemies value, not merely to achieve victory, but to demonstrate the futility of trying to preserve beautiful or meaningful things in a universe ruled by strength. His armies excel at siege warfare and the reduction of fortified positions, their tactics designed not merely to defeat opposing forces, but to erase every trace of the civilization they defend. The artifacts associated with Kostchtchie reflect his mastery over the conversion of beauty into ugliness and his understanding of hatred as a creative force. Unlike the subtle tools favored by more sophisticated demon lords, his artifacts tend to be straightforward instruments of destruction that make no attempt to disguise their true nature. The most feared of these items is the Crown of Shattered Dreams, a circlet forged from the crystallized tears of every being who has ever lost something precious through violence or cruelty. When worn by someone who has experienced profound loss, the crown amplifies their pain while providing them with the power to inflict similar suffering on others. The artifact feeds on the wearer's anguish, transforming it into strength that can be used to destroy the sources of happiness that others possess. Yet the crown's true horror lies in how it gradually convinces its wearer that spreading suffering represents a form of mercy, that by destroying others' capacity for joy, they are protecting them from the inevitable pain that comes when beautiful things are taken away. Another legendary item connected to the Prince of Wrath is the Cloak of Endless Winter, a garment woven from the frozen breath of dying gods and adorned with patterns that tell the story of every paradise that has ever been transformed into wasteland. The cloak grants its wearer immunity to cold, while allowing them to project an aura of spiritual frost that withers hope and beauty in their vicinity. Flowers wilt at the wearer's approach, music becomes discordant, and lovers find their affection cooling into indifference or hatred. The philosophical implications of Kostchtchie's existence extend far beyond questions of aesthetics and emotion to challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between suffering and wisdom, between loss and strength. The Prince of Wrath represents the logical endpoint of certain forms of philosophical pessimism, the position that existence is fundamentally characterized by suffering, and that the pursuit of beauty or happiness represents dangerous self-deception that ultimately leads to greater pain. The realm of the Iron Wastes serves as a testing ground for ideas about the value of beauty and the meaning of aesthetic experience. Visitors to this realm find themselves confronting questions that strike at the heart of what makes existence worthwhile. Is beauty merely a temporary distraction from the harsh realities of existence, or does it represent something genuinely valuable that transcends its temporary nature? Does the inevitability of loss make love and beauty meaningless, or does their fragility make them more precious rather than less? The horror of these questions lies not in their philosophical complexity, but in the way that the Iron Wastes provides answers that most conscious beings find unacceptable, while demonstrating their logical consistency. The realm shows that an existence dedicated entirely to strength and hatred can indeed achieve a form of internal coherence and even satisfaction. Kostchtchie's followers display genuine contentment with their ugliness and brutality, finding meaning and purpose in destruction that many beautiful things fail to provide to their creators or admirers. The temporal aspects of Kostchtchie's domain reveal additional layers of tragedy in his approach to existence. Time moves differently in areas where his influence is strongest, with moments of beauty or happiness experiencing accelerated temporal flow, while periods of suffering and ugliness stretch into subjective eternities. This temporal distortion reflects his understanding that suffering provides more authentic experiences than pleasure, that pain offers insights into the nature of reality that joy simply cannot match. The educational systems that operate under Kostchtchie's influence focus on teaching beings to abandon what he considers dangerous illusions about the nature of existence. Students learn to view beauty as weakness, love as temporary insanity, and hope as a form of cognitive error that prevents clear thinking about realistic possibilities. These lessons are reinforced through direct experience, as students are required to destroy beautiful objects and abandon emotional attachments as part of their training. The most advanced students of Kostchtchie's philosophy undergo transformations that mirror their master's own evolution, from giant to demon lord. They learn to derive genuine pleasure from acts of destruction, to find beauty in ugliness, and to experience love as a form of hatred for the weakness that beauty represents. These transformed beings serve as examples of what Kostchtchie claims represents genuine enlightenment, the abandonment of comfortable illusions in favor of harsh but honest truths about the nature of existence. The agricultural practices employed in the Iron Wastes demonstrate Kostchtchie's understanding that even the most basic life processes can be perverted to serve his philosophy. The few plants that grow in his realm have been selectively bred not for beauty or utility, but for their ability to cause pain and spread ugliness. Thorns that inject venom, fruits that taste bitter enough to induce despair, and flowers that release spores designed to trigger feelings of loss and grief. Every growing thing serves to reinforce the message that nature itself supports his vision of existence as fundamentally hostile to beauty and joy. As we contemplate the frozen wasteland of Kostchtchie's domain and the philosophy of hatred that shapes every aspect of his existence, we are forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the relationship between suffering and wisdom, between loss and strength. The Prince of Wrath reminds us that pain can indeed serve as a teacher, that the experience of profound loss can lead to insights that more pleasant experiences cannot provide, and that the pursuit of beauty and happiness may sometimes blind us to important truths about the nature of existence. Yet, in the very extremity of Kostchtchie's hatred, we also find a reminder of what he has lost and what his philosophy ultimately represents. Not wisdom gained, but humanity abandoned. Not strength discovered, but love perverted into its opposite. In his endless campaign against beauty, we see reflected the desperation of someone who cannot bear to be reminded of what he once possessed and lost, whose hatred serves not as enlightenment, but as armor against the possibility of experiencing such vulnerability again. The Prince of Wrath stands as eternal testimony to the seductive power of anger as an alternative to grief, to the temporary strength that hatred can provide to those who find love too painful to bear, and to the terrible cost of choosing rage over the courage required to remain open to beauty in a world that offers no guarantees of permanence or safety. In his frozen realm, we hear the echo of every heart that chose hatred over healing, every soul that found destruction easier than creation, every being who decided that if they could not have love, then love itself should not exist. Chapter 10. Pazuzu, the Prince of the Lower Aerial Kingdoms. Freedom is perhaps the most intoxicating of all promises, the dream that draws beings to abandon safety and certainty in pursuit of liberation from the bonds that constrain their choices and limit their potential. Yet what happens when the very act of seeking freedom becomes its own form of bondage, when the desire to escape all limitations leads to the embrace of something far more restrictive than the original constraints? In the spaces above the solid ground where most demons dwell, in the realm of wind and sky where gravity loses its meaning and direction becomes fluid, there soars a being who embodies the ultimate corruption of the freedom that flight represents. Pazuzu, the prince of the lower aerial kingdoms, offers liberation to all who yearn to escape the earthbound limitations of their existence. But the price of his gift transforms freedom into the most exquisite form of slavery ever devised. The 503rd layer of the abyss, known as the torturing storm, exists as a realm where the very concept of solid ground has been abandoned in favor of an endless sky filled with floating islands, aerial cities, and storm systems that possess their own malevolent intelligence. Here, beneath roiling clouds that burn with phosphorescent lightning, and above mists that conceal chasms leading to unknown depths, exists a three-dimensional landscape where the laws of terrestrial existence lose their meaning and flight becomes not merely possible but necessary for survival. The floating landmasses that drift through this eternal tempest vary in size from small platforms barely large enough to support a single structure to continent-sized expanses that house entire civilizations of aerial beings. These islands follow no predictable orbital patterns, but instead move according to the currents of wind and will that flow through Pazuzu's domain. Some drift lazily through calm regions of the sky, their surfaces hosting gardens of cloud flowers and structures built from crystallized wind. Others race through hurricane-force gales, their inhabitants clinging to whatever shelter they can find while reveling in the dangerous exhilaration of their precarious existence. The architecture that graces these floating realms reflects their master's understanding that beings who have abandoned the solid foundation of Earth require new forms of stability to maintain their sanity. Cities rise not from bedrock but from platforms of solidified air, their spires reaching both upward and downward into the endless sky with equal ambition. Bridges span impossible distances between floating islands, their supports consisting not of physical materials, but of concentrated wind currents that bear the weight of those who dare to trust in their invisible strength. The most magnificent of these aerial cities is Pandemonium's Eye, a vast metropolis built within the hollow center of a perpetual hurricane that serves as Pazuzu's primary seat of power. The city exists in a state of constant motion, its buildings and streets rotating slowly around the storm's eye while maintaining perfect stability relative to each other. From the outside, Pandemonium's Eye appears as nothing more than a particularly violent weather system, but those who can navigate the hurricane's walls discover a realm of impossible beauty where the very air has been shaped into architecture that defies every convention of terrestrial construction. At the heart of this aerial paradise stands Pazuzu himself, a figure whose form embodies the perfect synthesis of freedom and corruption that defines his domain. The prince of the lower aerial kingdoms appears as a magnificent winged humanoid whose every feature has been designed to inspire both admiration and unease in those who behold him. His 4 great wings span nearly 30 feet when fully extended, their feathers bearing an iridescent sheen that shifts through every color of the spectrum, while somehow remaining fundamentally wrong in ways that observers struggle to articulate. Pazuzu's face combines the sharp intelligence of a predatory bird with the seductive beauty of an angel, creating an expression that promises both wisdom and danger in equal measure. His eyes hold the depth of storm clouds, swirling with currents of thought that move too quickly for terrestrial minds to follow. When he speaks, his voice carries the music of wind through mountain passes and the whisper of breezes through meadow grass, yet beneath these pleasant sounds lurks the howl of hurricanes and the scream of tornadoes given conscious malevolence. The prince of the lower aerial kingdoms possesses a form of beauty that transcends physical appearance to encompass the very concept of flight itself. To beings bound to the earth, Pazuzu represents everything they secretly dream of becoming: graceful, unbound, free to soar above the petty concerns and limitations that define terrestrial existence. His very presence awakens the dormant longing for flight that exists in every earthbound creature, the desire to abandon the solid but restricting safety of the ground in favor of the dangerous but liberating realm of the sky. The weapon that Pazuzu wields reflects his mastery over the forces of air and his understanding of freedom as both gift and curse. His great bow, carved from the bones of a wind spirit that once ruled the skies before his ascension, fires arrows of crystallized lightning that can strike targets across impossible distances. Yet the bow's true power lies not in its ability to destroy, but in its capacity to grant flight to those it wounds, a gift that initially seems like salvation, but gradually reveals itself as the most insidious form of enslavement ever conceived. The origins of Pazuzu stretch back to the earliest days when thinking beings first looked up at the sky and yearned to join the birds in their aerial realm. While other entities drew their power from earthbound desires and terrestrial needs, the consciousness that would become the prince of the lower aerial kingdoms coalesced around the universal dream of flight and the frustration that earthbound creatures felt when contemplating their imprisonment by gravity and the limitations of ground-based existence. In those ancient times, the boundary between the terrestrial and aerial realms was more fluid than it would later become, and many beings possessed the ability to move freely between earth and sky as their needs and desires dictated. Pazuzu emerged as the spirit of this freedom, the embodiment of liberation from physical constraints, and the promise that conscious beings need not accept the limitations imposed by their original nature. His early followers were dreamers and visionaries who saw in the sky not merely empty space, but unlimited possibility for growth and transformation. The corruption of this noble vision began gradually, as Pazuzu discovered that the desire for freedom could be used as effectively as any chain to bind beings to his will. Those who accepted his gift of flight found themselves unable to return to terrestrial existence, not because of any physical constraint, but because the experience of aerial freedom made ground-based life seem unbearably limiting and confining. They became addicted to the sensation of flight, requiring ever more extreme aerial experiences to achieve the same sense of liberation they had initially found in simple soaring. The transformation of Pazuzu from spirit of freedom to demon lord occurred when he realized that the desire to escape all limitations was itself a limitation, that beings who defined themselves entirely by what they rejected would inevitably become prisoners of their own rebellion. This insight allowed him to develop techniques for enslaving beings through their own love of freedom, creating forms of bondage so subtle that his victims celebrated their captivity as the ultimate expression of their liberation from conventional constraints. The aerial civilizations that exist under Pazuzu's influence reflect his understanding that freedom without structure becomes chaos, while structure without freedom becomes tyranny. His floating cities maintain elaborate social hierarchies based not on traditional concepts of wealth or birth, but on the ability to fly higher, faster, and more gracefully than one's peers. Citizens compete to demonstrate their aerial prowess through contests that grow increasingly dangerous and demanding, their pursuit of greater freedom pushing them toward forms of risk and recklessness that would be considered insane by terrestrial standards. The process by which terrestrial beings are corrupted by Pazuzu's influence typically begins with what appears to be a genuine gift, the sudden ability to fly, or the discovery of a way to reach his aerial realm. The initial experience of flight proves so intoxicating that the new aerial being becomes obsessed with refining and expanding their capabilities, spending increasing amounts of time in the sky, while finding terrestrial activities progressively less satisfying and meaningful. As these converts become more skilled at flight, they begin to attract Pazuzu's attention and the attention of his other followers. They are invited to participate in aerial gatherings where they meet others who share their passion for flight and their disdain for ground-based existence. These communities provide the social reinforcement necessary to convince new converts that their aerial lifestyle represents not escapism, but enlightenment, not irresponsibility, but a higher form of consciousness that terrestrial beings simply cannot understand. The final stage of corruption occurs when the convert realizes that their ability to fly depends entirely upon Pazuzu's continued favor, and that withdrawal of this gift would be more devastating than death itself. By this point, the aerial being has typically severed most connections to terrestrial existence and built their entire identity around their flying abilities. The threat of being grounded becomes a form of leverage that the Prince of the Lower Aerial Kingdoms can use to ensure absolute loyalty from his followers. The relationship between Pazuzu and other demon lords reflects his unique position as a ruler whose domain exists above rather than within the traditional layers of the abyss. While other princes build their power through conquest of terrestrial realms or corruption of ground-based civilizations, Pazuzu operates from a position of literal superiority that allows him to observe and influence events from above, while remaining largely removed from direct conflict with his peers. This aerial perspective gives Pazuzu advantages in intelligence gathering and strategic planning that terrestrial demon lords cannot match. His followers can observe the movements of armies across vast distances, monitor the activities of rival courts, and deliver messages or agents to any location accessible from the sky. Yet this same elevation also limits his ability to directly influence events that occur in enclosed spaces or underground environments, making him dependent on terrestrial allies for certain types of operations. The artifacts associated with Pazuzu reflect his mastery over flight and his understanding of freedom as both blessing and curse. The most coveted of these items is the Cloak of Eternal Winds, a garment woven from captured breezes and adorned with feathers from birds that have flown beyond the edge of reality itself. The cloak grants its wearer the ability to fly with perfect grace and unlimited endurance, but each use of its power makes the wearer more dependent on aerial existence, while making ground-based activities increasingly uncomfortable and distressing. Another legendary artifact connected to the Prince of the Lower Aerial Kingdoms is the Crown of Storm Calling, a circlet forged from lightning that has been frozen at the moment of striking. The crown allows its wearer to command weather systems across vast regions, summoning storms to aid allies, or disperse them to reveal hidden enemies. Yet the crown's power comes with the requirement that its wearer must spend increasing amounts of time within storm systems themselves, gradually transforming them into a creature of wind and lightning who can no longer survive in calm weather. The philosophical implications of Pazuzu's existence extend far beyond questions of flight and freedom to challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of liberation and the value of constraints. The Prince of the Lower Aerial Kingdoms demonstrates that absolute freedom may be indistinguishable from absolute captivity, that the rejection of all limitations can become the most limiting philosophy of all, and that the desire to escape earthbound concerns may lead to the embrace of aerial obsessions that prove even more restrictive than their terrestrial counterparts. The realm of the torturing storm serves as a testing ground for ideas about the relationship between freedom and responsibility, between liberation and meaningful existence. Visitors to this realm find themselves confronting questions that strike at the heart of what makes existence worthwhile. Does freedom have value if it becomes an end in itself rather than a means to achieve other goals? Can liberation from one set of constraints be meaningful if it simply leads to acceptance of a different but equally restrictive set of limitations? Is the dream of flight worth pursuing if achieving it requires abandoning everything else that gives life meaning? The horror of these questions lies not in their philosophical complexity, but in the way that Pazuzu's realm provides answers that reveal the potential emptiness of freedom pursued for its own sake. The aerial beings who populate his domain display a form of liberation that has become indistinguishable from obsession, their flight serving not as a means to achieve greater goals, but as the sole goal that defines their existence. They are free to soar through infinite skies, but incapable of finding satisfaction in any activity that does not involve flying. The temporal aspects of Pazuzu's domain reveal additional layers of complexity in his approach to freedom and captivity. Time moves differently at various altitudes within the torturing storm, with higher elevations experiencing accelerated temporal flow, while lower regions exist in states of temporal suspension. This creates situations where aerial beings can experience subjective centuries of flight, while only moments pass in the terrestrial realms below, making it increasingly difficult for them to maintain meaningful connections to ground-based existence. The weather systems that populate Pazuzu's realm serve as both transportation network and communication system for his aerial civilizations. Each storm carries information and travelers between different floating islands, while the patterns of wind and pressure create a form of atmospheric language that allows messages to be transmitted across vast distances. Yet these same weather systems also serve as barriers that isolate aerial communities from each other and from terrestrial realms, creating a form of freedom that is simultaneously absolute and completely lonely. The reproductive cycles that operate within the aerial realm reflect Pazuzu's understanding that true freedom requires the ability to create new forms of existence rather than simply escaping existing limitations. The children born to aerial beings in his realm possess innate flying abilities but lack the capacity to survive in terrestrial environments, ensuring that each generation becomes more thoroughly committed to aerial existence than the last. These offspring know no other form of existence and cannot understand why anyone would voluntarily remain bound to the earth. The educational systems that operate under Pazuzu's influence focus on teaching beings to view terrestrial existence as a form of prison and aerial life as the only meaningful form of freedom. Students learn to see gravity as an arbitrary constraint imposed by unimaginative beings who lack the vision to transcend their physical limitations. They study the history of flight, not as a technological achievement, but as a spiritual awakening that represents the highest form of consciousness possible for intelligent beings. The most advanced students of Pazuzu's philosophy undergo transformations that allow them to exist as pure aerial beings, their bodies becoming so adapted to flight that they lose the ability to survive on solid ground. These transformed individuals serve as examples of what Pazuzu claims represents the ultimate expression of freedom, the complete abandonment of terrestrial limitations in favor of existence as creatures of wind and sky. The musical traditions that flourish in Pazuzu's realm utilize the acoustic properties of wind and open space to create compositions that can only be performed and appreciated during flight. These aerial symphonies incorporate the sounds of wind through various atmospheric conditions, the calls of flying creatures, and the harmonics created by properly positioned floating instruments. The music serves both as entertainment and as a form of worship that celebrates the freedom of flight, while reinforcing the belief that terrestrial beings are incapable of understanding truly sophisticated artistic expression. As we contemplate the endless skies of Pazuzu's domain and the seductive freedom that flight represents, we are forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of liberation and the value of the constraints we seek to escape. The Prince of the Lower Aerial Kingdoms reminds us that not all limitations are impositions, but that some serve as foundations that make meaningful achievement possible, that absolute freedom may be indistinguishable from absolute meaninglessness, and that the desire to escape all earthbound concerns may lead to the embrace of aerial obsessions that prove even more restrictive than terrestrial limitations. In the endless flight of his aerial servants, we see reflected every moment when the dream of escape becomes more important than the reality it seeks to escape from, every instance when freedom transforms from a means to an end, into an end that consumes all other possibilities. Pazuzu stands as eternal testimony to the seductive power of liberation promised without cost, to the dangerous appeal of solutions that require only the abandonment of current limitations rather than the hard work of transcending them, and to the terrible irony that those who seek to escape all bonds may find themselves more thoroughly enslaved than those who accept meaningful constraints in service of larger purposes. Chapter 11. Sess'inek, the Lizard King. Civilization is built upon the premise that intelligent beings can transcend their animal origins, that consciousness represents an evolution beyond the primitive drives that governed their pre-sentient ancestors. Yet beneath the layers of culture, law, and sophisticated thought, the ancient patterns remain: hunger, territoriality, the urge to dominate through physical prowess rather than intellectual achievement. What happens when these buried instincts are not merely acknowledged but elevated to the status of sacred truth? When the primitive becomes not a stage to be transcended, but a perfection to be reclaimed? In the primordial swamplands where thought first emerged from instinct, where consciousness learned to serve appetite rather than master it, There rules a being who embodies the ultimate rejection of evolutionary progress in favor of a return to the pure honesty of predatory existence. The 57th layer of the abyss, known as the primal swamp, exists as a realm where the very concept of advancement has been rejected in favor of an eternal return to the conditions that existed before intelligence complicated the simple relationship between predator and prey. Here, beneath a canopy of prehistoric vegetation that blocks out all but the most filtered light, stretches an endless wetland where every surface writhes with primitive life forms that have achieved perfect adaptation to their environment through millions of years of unchanging perfection. The landscape of the primal swamp appears deceptively peaceful to observers familiar with the obvious horrors of other abyssal realms. Vast cypresses draped with moss rise from brackish waters that reflect the dim green light filtering through the canopy above. Lily pads the size of dining tables drift across the surface of lagoons where ancient fish pursue prey according to patterns established when the multiverse was young. The air thrums with the sounds of countless insects and the distant calls of creatures that have never known the burden of self-consciousness or the complications that arise when instinct submits to thought. Yet this apparent tranquility masks a more fundamental horror, the realization that perfect adaptation to primitive conditions represents a form of evolutionary dead end, a state where improvement becomes impossible because any change would represent corruption of already optimal design. The creatures that inhabit the primal swamp have achieved such perfect integration with their environment that they have lost the capacity for growth, change, or the development of capabilities beyond those required for basic survival and reproduction. The vegetation that flourishes throughout Sessinek's domain reflects his philosophy that complexity represents corruption rather than advancement. Massive ferns spread their fronds in patterns that have remained unchanged since before the first spark of consciousness ignited in any thinking creature's mind. Carnivorous plants digest their prey with techniques perfected through eons of practice, their feeding processes so refined that they represent the ultimate expression of predatory efficiency. Every growing thing serves a single, simple purpose within the ecosystem, their roles defined not by choice or ambition, but by the immutable logic of survival and reproduction. At the heart of this realm of pristine primitiveness stands the Bone Citadel, Sessing's seat of power, and a structure that embodies his understanding of architecture as an extension of predatory behavior rather than artistic expression. The citadel rises from a massive island of accumulated detritus, the bones, shells, and organic remains of countless creatures that have lived and died in the swamp over geological ages. These materials have compressed and crystallized into a substance harder than stone, but retaining the organic character of its origins. The citadel's design follows no aesthetic principles beyond the practical requirements of a perfect predator's lair. Corridors wind through the structure like the digestive system of some colossal beast, their surfaces bearing grooves worn smooth by the passage of countless reptilian inhabitants. Chambers expand and contract according to their function, vast spaces for communal feeding, narrow tunnels for defensive purposes, and deep pools where the most primitive forms of reproduction can occur without interference from more evolved sensibilities. At the center of this organic fortress rests Sessinek himself, a being whose form embodies the perfection that can be achieved when intelligence serves instinct rather than attempting to transcend it. The Lizard King appears as a massive reptilian humanoid whose every feature has been optimized for predatory success rather than aesthetic appeal. His scales bear the mottled green and brown patterns that provide perfect camouflage in swampland environments, while his elongated skull houses a brain that has evolved to maximize hunting efficiency rather than abstract reasoning capacity. Sessinek's eyes hold the cold intelligence of a perfect predator, not the warm consciousness that seeks to understand the universe, but the calculating awareness that evaluates everything in terms of threat, prey, or irrelevance. His massive jaws can crush the bones of giants, while his claws have been honed through eons of use to achieve edges sharper than any forged blade. Every aspect of his physical form serves the dual purposes of intimidating rivals and efficiently dispatching prey, with no energy wasted on features that serve merely decorative or social functions. The weapon that the Lizard King wields reflects his philosophy that the most effective tools are those that extend natural capabilities, rather than replacing them with artificial substitutes. His great trident, carved from the spine of a primordial sea serpent, serves as both weapon and symbol of his dominion over the aquatic and terrestrial realms that comprise his domain. The weapon's prongs bear serrated edges that inflict wounds designed not merely to cause pain, but to trigger the bleeding and weakness that allow predators to track their prey over vast distances. The origins of Sess'inek stretch back to the earliest epoch of the multiverse, when the first amphibious creatures emerged from primordial seas to establish territorial claims on the borderlands between water and dry land. In that ancient era, the boundary between animal and thinking being remained fluid, with consciousness existing as a survival tool rather than an end in itself. The entity that would become the Lizard King emerged from this transitional period as the embodiment of successful adaptation, the perfect synthesis of primitive instinct and just enough intelligence to maximize predatory effectiveness. Unlike other demon lords, whose origins involve the corruption of existing virtues or the perversion of natural processes, Sess'inek represents something more fundamental: the refusal to abandon evolutionary strategies that had proven successful over millions of years in favor of the uncertain benefits offered by advanced consciousness. His early followers were creatures that had begun to develop higher intelligence, but chose to reject further development in favor of perfecting their existing predatory capabilities. The philosophy that Sess'inek developed during his rise to power centered on the observation that complexity invariably leads to weakness, that the development of sophisticated consciousness creates vulnerabilities that more primitive creatures do not possess. Advanced civilizations must devote enormous resources to maintaining social structures, artistic traditions, and technological systems that serve no survival function. Meanwhile, primitive predators focus all their energy on the fundamental activities that ensure continued existence: hunting, feeding, reproduction, and territorial defense. The corruption of the lizard folk race serves as Sessinek's greatest achievement and most compelling argument for his philosophy. Originally, lizard folk possessed the capacity for cultural development and technological advancement comparable to other humanoid races. Under their patron's guidance, they systematically abandoned these capabilities in favor of refining their natural predatory instincts and optimizing their adaptation to swampland environments. This transformation was presented not as a regression but as a form of enlightenment, the recognition that their ancestors had achieved a perfection that subsequent generations had corrupted through unnecessary complications. Lizard folk communities dismantled their tools, abandoned their settlements, and returned to the wetlands where they could live according to the pure principles of predation and survival. The few artifacts they retained were those that enhanced their natural capabilities rather than replacing them with artificial substitutes. The process by which other races become corrupted by Sessinek's influence typically begins with exposure to environments where primitive survival skills become more valuable than civilized knowledge. Individuals who find themselves stranded in wilderness areas or forced to survive in hostile natural conditions become susceptible to the Lizard King's teachings about the superiority of instinct over intellect. The initial stages of corruption involve the gradual abandonment of civilized habits in favor of behaviors that maximize survival effectiveness. As these converts become more skilled at primitive survival, they begin to question the value of the civilized capabilities they have abandoned. The satisfaction derived from successful hunting, or the security provided by perfect environmental adaptation, creates a form of contentment that many civilized pursuits cannot match. The convert gradually develops a worldview that frames civilization as an elaborate form of self-deception that distracts intelligent beings from the fundamental realities of existence. The final stage of corruption occurs when the individual recognizes that their civilized identity represents not their true self, but an artificial construct that has been imposed upon their more authentic primitive nature. At this point, they begin to seek out others who share their newfound appreciation for primitive existence, forming communities that operate according to predatory social structures rather than civilized moral systems. The settlements that exist under Sessinek's influence reflect his understanding that social organization should serve biological imperatives rather than abstract ideals. These communities organize themselves according to predator-prey relationships, with dominance hierarchies determined through direct physical competition rather than intellectual achievement or moral authority. Leadership positions go to those who demonstrate superior hunting ability, while social status depends on contributions to the community's food supply and territorial defense. The architecture favored by Sessinek's followers emphasizes adaptation to natural environments rather than the imposition of artificial structures upon the landscape. Buildings are constructed from organic materials using techniques that require no tools beyond those provided by the inhabitants' natural capabilities. These structures blend seamlessly with their surroundings, providing shelter and defensive advantages while requiring minimal maintenance and leaving no permanent mark upon the environment. The relationship between Sessinek and other demon lords reflects his unique position as an entity whose goals involve regression rather than progression, simplification rather than corruption. While other princes seek to pervert existing systems or create new forms of evil, the Lizard King pursues the more fundamental goal of returning existence to earlier, simpler states that preceded the development of the complex moral and intellectual systems that other demons work to corrupt. This philosophical difference makes Sessinek both valuable and frustrating as an ally to other demon lords. His forces excel at operations that require stealth, environmental adaptation, and sustained tracking of targets across hostile terrain. Yet his followers' indifference to abstract goals and their focus on immediate survival needs makes them unreliable for complex operations that require long-term planning or coordination with more sophisticated forces. The artifacts associated with Sessinek reflect his mastery over the optimization of natural capabilities and his understanding of tools as extensions of biological functions rather than replacements for them. The most prized of these items is the Hide of Endless Seasons, a cloak created from the shed skin of a primordial reptile that possessed the ability to adapt its camouflage to any environment. The hide grants its wearer perfect concealment in natural settings, while gradually attuning their other senses to achieve predatory effectiveness that rivals that of apex predators. Another legendary artifact connected to the Lizard King is the Crown of Primal Dominance, a circlet carved from the fossilized brain case of the first intelligent reptile to achieve conscious thought. The crown enhances the wearer's ability to understand and communicate with primitive life forms while suppressing their capacity for abstract reasoning and moral judgment. Those who wear the crown for extended periods find themselves thinking increasingly like successful predators, their consciousness gradually adapting to prioritize immediate survival concerns over long-term goals. The philosophical implications of Sessinek's existence challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of progress and the value of intellectual development. The Lizard King represents the possibility that consciousness may be an evolutionary mistake rather than an achievement, that the development of complex moral and intellectual capabilities may represent a form of corruption that weakens beings rather than strengthening them. The realm of the primal swamp serves as a testing ground for ideas about the relationship between simplicity and effectiveness, between primitive authenticity and civilized artificiality. Visitors to this realm find themselves confronting questions that strike at the heart of what makes existence worthwhile. Does the development of consciousness and civilization represent genuine progress, or merely the accumulation of unnecessary complications that distract from fundamental realities? Are the satisfactions provided by intellectual and artistic achievements worth the vulnerabilities that complex consciousness creates? The horror of these questions lies not in their philosophical complexity, but in the way that the primal swamp provides answers that reveal the potential emptiness of civilized pursuits when viewed from the perspective of pure survival effectiveness. The creatures that populate Sessinek's domain display a form of contentment and efficiency that many civilized beings cannot match, their existence focused on activities that provide immediate, tangible benefits, rather than abstract satisfactions that may prove illusory. The temporal aspects of Sessinek's domain reveal additional layers of complexity in his approach to existence and development. Time moves according to natural cycles rather than artificial schedules, with the pace of life determined by seasonal changes, reproductive cycles, and the availability of prey rather than the demands of civilized society. This creates an environment where beings can achieve perfect synchronization with natural rhythms, while losing the ability to function according to the more abstract temporal structures that civilized existence requires. The reproductive practices that operate within the primal swamp reflect Sessinek's understanding that the most effective forms of continuation involve the preservation of successful adaptations rather than experimentation with new possibilities. Offspring are raised according to techniques that have proven successful over countless generations, with innovation discouraged in favor of the refinement of existing capabilities. The educational systems that operate under Sessinek's influence focus on teaching beings to abandon the artificial knowledge systems that civilization has imposed upon their natural learning processes. Students learn to trust their instincts rather than their reasoning abilities, to value practical skills over theoretical knowledge, and to measure success according to survival effectiveness rather than abstract achievements. The most advanced students of Sessinek's philosophy undergo transformations that optimize their physical capabilities for primitive existence, while suppressing the intellectual capacities that might interfere with instinctual decision-making. These transformed beings serve as examples of what the Lizard King claims represents the recovery of authentic existence, the abandonment of civilized pretensions in favor of the honest simplicity of predatory life. As we contemplate the primitive perfection of Sessinek's swampland realm and the seductive simplicity of predatory existence, we are forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of progress and the value of the complex capabilities that civilization has developed. The Lizard King reminds us that not all change represents improvement, that the accumulation of knowledge and culture may sometimes distract from rather than enhance the fundamental activities that sustain existence, and that the pursuit of abstract goals may lead to the neglect of the basic competencies that ensure survival. Yet in the very perfection of his primitive adaptation, we also find a reminder of what such simplification costs: the loss of growth potential, the abandonment of the creative capabilities that allow consciousness to transcend its original limitations, and the reduction of existence to its most basic functions. In his eternal swamp, we see reflected every moment when the complexity of civilized life becomes overwhelming, every instance when the desire for simplicity becomes stronger than the commitment to growth, every soul that chooses the honest brutality of predatory existence over the difficult compromises that civilized morality demands. Sessinek stands as eternal testimony to the seductive appeal of authentic simplicity, to the dangerous attraction of solutions that require only the abandonment of complex responsibilities rather than their thoughtful fulfillment, and to the terrible price of choosing primitive perfection over the uncertain but potentially unlimited possibilities that consciousness offers to those who have the courage to continue evolving rather than retreating to the safety of what they already know themselves capable of becoming. Chapter 12. The Abyssal Hierarchy and Eternal Conflicts. Evil, when left to its own devices, inevitably turns upon itself, for the very nature of malevolence precludes the cooperation and trust necessary for lasting unity. Yet what happens when this self-destructive tendency operates on a cosmic scale, when beings of ultimate evil wage wars that span millennia and consume entire planes of existence? The answer lies not in the defeat of evil through its own contradictions, but in the terrible realization that even eternal conflict can serve the purposes of darkness, when it prevents any single force from achieving the absolute dominion that might bring about true peace. In the infinite layers of the abyss, where chaos reigns supreme, and every virtue has been perverted into its opposite, the greatest demon lords wage wars that shape the very nature of reality itself, conflicts so vast and terrible that their resolution might prove more catastrophic than their continuation. The hierarchy that governs the relationships between the demon lords represents one of the most complex and unstable power structures in all of existence. Unlike the rigid order of the nine hells or the celestial harmonies of the upper planes, the abyssal hierarchy shifts constantly as alliances form and dissolve, as ancient enemies discover common interests, and as new threats emerge to challenge established patterns of dominance and submission. At the apex of this chaotic structure stands the triumvirate of the most powerful princes, Demogorgon, Orcus, and Graz'zt, whose rivalry defines much of the political landscape of the Abyss, while their individual spheres of influence extend far beyond their native plane. Demogorgon's position as the acknowledged prince of demons grants him a form of primacy that the other lords both resent and grudgingly respect. His dual nature allows him to simultaneously pursue contradictory strategies, with Amiel's calculating intelligence planning long-term campaigns, while Hethrodya's fury provides the raw force necessary to implement these plans through overwhelming violence. This internal division, which might seem like a weakness, actually serves as a source of strength in the chaotic environment of the Abyss, where the ability to be unpredictable often proves more valuable than consistency of purpose. The rivalry between Demogorgon and Orcus represents perhaps the most significant ongoing conflict within the abyssal hierarchy, a struggle that has consumed entire layers and influenced the development of evil across countless worlds. Orcus's mastery over Undeath provides him with armies that feel no fear and require no sustenance, while his understanding of the boundary between life and death allows him to threaten even Demogorgon's seemingly immortal existence. Yet the Prince of Demons' superior raw power and his connection to the fundamental chaos of the Abyss give him advantages that Orcus's more focused approach cannot match. Graz'zt occupies a unique position within this triumvirate, his sophisticated approach to corruption making him simultaneously the most civilized and potentially most dangerous of the three. While Demogorgon represents chaos incarnate and Orcus embodies the perversion of natural cycles, Graz'zt corrupts the very ideals that civilized beings use to distinguish themselves from the forces of darkness. His influence operates through willing cooperation rather than conquest, making his victories more complete, but also more dependent on maintaining the complex web of relationships that sustains his power. Beyond this ruling triumvirate, the hierarchy descends through layers of demon lords, whose power and influence vary according to their individual capabilities and the strategic value of their domains. Yeenoghu's straightforward approach to predation makes him a valuable ally in conflicts requiring overwhelming force, while his indifference to complex political maneuvering limits his ability to serve as anything more than a weapon pointed at his enemies. Baphomet's mastery over confusion and misdirection provides invaluable tactical advantages, yet his own entrapment within the very maze he rules makes him an unreliable partner for long-term strategic planning. The more specialized demon lords, Juiblex with his alien hunger for dissolution, Zuggtmoy with her patient transformation through decay, Fraz-Urb'luu with his mastery of deception, serve roles that reflect their particular forms of expertise while maintaining their own spheres of influence. Each represents a different aspect of evil's infinite variety, their individual approaches to corruption complementing and competing with those of their peers in ways that create a constantly shifting landscape of opportunity and threat. The conflicts that rage between these entities operate on multiple levels simultaneously, from the obvious territorial disputes over abyssal layers to the subtle ideological struggles over the proper nature and direction of evil itself. Some conflicts stem from competing visions of what the multiverse should become under demonic rule, while others arise from more personal grievances and ancient betrayals that have festered across eons of accumulated hatred. The most significant battles often begin as minor disagreements that escalate through the inexorable logic of pride and revenge until entire planes of existence become battlegrounds for disputes whose original causes have been forgotten by all but the combatants themselves. The Blood War represents the ultimate expression of evil's tendency towards self-destruction, an eternal conflict between the chaotic demons of the Abyss and the lawful devils of the Nine Hells that has raged since the earliest days of the multiverse. This war serves multiple purposes within the cosmic order, providing an outlet for the aggressive impulses of both demonic and infernal forces, while preventing either faction from achieving the unity necessary to successfully threaten the upper planes or the mortal realms on a permanent basis. For the demon lords, the blood war represents both opportunity and obligation, a chance to test their forces against worthy opponents, while fulfilling their role as champions of chaotic evil against the structured wickedness of their infernal counterparts. Each lord brings their own tactical specialties to the conflict: Demogorgon's overwhelming force, Orcus's undead legions, Graz'zt's corrupted mortal allies, Yeenoghu's savage raiders, and Baphomet's confusing battlefield geometries, all serve different strategic functions in the grand campaign against the forces of hell. Yet the very nature of chaotic evil that makes demons formidable opponents also prevents them from achieving the coordinated strategy necessary for decisive victory. Demonic armies excel at individual combat and sudden, overwhelming attacks, but their lack of discipline and their commanders' tendency to pursue personal glory over strategic objectives limits their effectiveness in sustained campaigns. Meanwhile, the demon lords' mutual suspicions and competing agendas prevent the formation of lasting alliances that might tip the balance of the eternal war decisively in their favor. The impact of these conflicts extends far beyond the boundaries of the lower planes to influence events throughout the multiverse. When demon lords war against each other, the ripple effects of their battles create planar disturbances that open portals to mortal worlds, summon extraplanar creatures to unexpected locations, and disrupt the magical energies that wizards and clerics depend upon for their spells. Entire civilizations have risen and fallen as collateral damage from conflicts between entities whose attention was focused elsewhere, but whose power was so vast that even their casual byblows could reshape continents. The mortal realm serves as both prize and battleground in these cosmic conflicts, with each demon lord seeking to establish cults and power bases that can provide resources for their larger struggles while advancing their individual philosophical agendas. The corruption of mortal civilizations represents a form of warfare by proxy, as the lords compete to see whose approach to evil can claim the most souls and corrupt the greatest number of noble institutions. A kingdom that falls to Graz'zt's subtle influence represents a victory not only over its former rulers, but over any rival demon lord who might have coveted that realm for their own purposes. The planar geography of the abyss itself serves as both weapon and fortress in these eternal conflicts, with the infinite layers providing countless opportunities for strategic advantage and tactical surprise. Armies can disappear into hostile layers only to emerge from unexpected directions, while the chaotic nature of abyssal geography ensures that even the most carefully planned campaigns must adapt to constantly changing conditions. The lords who achieve mastery over multiple layers gain significant advantages in mobility and resources, while those confined to single realms must rely on diplomatic or mercenary arrangements to project power beyond their borders. The alliances that form between demon lords reflect the complex calculus of power, opportunity, and mutual interest that governs all interactions in the abyss. Temporary partnerships often develop around specific objectives: the defeat of a mutual enemy, the conquest of a particularly valuable layer, or the successful prosecution of a campaign in the Blood War. Yet these alliances rarely survive the achievement of their immediate goals, as the Lord's fundamental nature prevents them from trusting any agreement that is not immediately beneficial to all parties involved. The most successful alliances tend to be those that clearly define each participant's role and reward, while providing mechanisms for immediate dissolution when circumstances change. Demogorgon and Yeenoghu might cooperate in a campaign that requires both strategic planning and savage execution, with their agreement clearly specifying which territories will be claimed by each lord and what share of any captured resources will go to which party. Such arrangements can function effectively for the duration of specific campaigns but rarely evolve into lasting partnerships. The intelligence networks that the demon lords maintain serve crucial roles in their ongoing conflicts, providing information about rival activities while identifying opportunities for expansion or alliance. These networks operate through a combination of demonic agents, corrupted mortals, and magical surveillance techniques that allow the lords to monitor events across multiple planes simultaneously. The most sophisticated operations involve the infiltration of rival courts and the corruption of enemy agents, creating complex webs of deception and counterintelligence that can take centuries to unravel. Fraz-Urb'luu's mastery of deception makes him particularly valuable as both ally and threat in these intelligence wars. His ability to create convincing falsehoods, allowing him to manipulate the information environment in ways that can redirect entire campaigns. Yet his reputation for duplicity also makes other lords wary of trusting any intelligence that passes through his networks, creating situations where true information is dismissed as potential deception, while false reports are accepted as accurate simply because they appear to come from more reliable sources. The economic systems that support these cosmic conflicts operate according to principles that would be recognizable to any student of warfare, though their scale and the nature of their resources transcend anything found in mortal realms. Demon lords must maintain armies, equip their forces with appropriate weapons and armor, construct fortifications to defend their territories, and develop the magical capabilities necessary to compete with their rivals. These requirements create demand for resources that can only be obtained through conquest, trade, or alliance, driving much of the political and military activity that characterizes Abyssal society. The souls of corrupted mortals serve as perhaps the most valuable currency in these economic systems, providing both raw material for the creation of new demons and energy that can be used to fuel magical operations or enhance existing forces. The competition for mortal souls drives much of the demon lord's interest in the material plane, with each lord seeking to establish the cults and corruption networks that can provide steady supplies of willing or unwilling converts to their causes. The magical research that occurs within the domains of the various demon lords represents another crucial aspect of their ongoing conflicts, as each seeks to develop new capabilities that might provide decisive advantages over their rivals. Orcus's necromantic research allows him to create increasingly sophisticated forms of undead that can operate effectively against both living and demonic opponents. Zuggtmoy's biological experiments produce new diseases and symbiotic organisms that can corrupt enemy forces while strengthening her own. The collaborative aspects of this research often provide the foundation for temporary alliances, as lords with complementary expertise pool their knowledge to achieve breakthroughs that neither could accomplish alone. The temporal manipulation capabilities that some demon lords possess add additional layers of complexity to their conflicts, as battles fought in the present can be influenced by actions taken in the past or future. Baphomet's maze exists partially outside normal temporal flow, allowing him to sometimes arrive at battles before they begin, or to continue fighting conflicts that other participants believe have already ended. These temporal irregularities create strategic opportunities, while also generating the confusion and unpredictability that characterizes much of abyssal warfare. The prophetic traditions that exist within demonic society attempt to predict the outcomes of these conflicts while providing guidance for strategic decision-making. Yet the chaotic nature of the abyss ensures that most prophecies prove either false or so ambiguous as to be useless for practical planning purposes. The few accurate predictions often become self-defeating, as the Lord's knowledge of their prophesied fates leads them to take actions that ensure those fates come to pass in unexpected ways. The philosophical implications of these eternal conflicts extend beyond questions of power and territory to challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of evil and its role in the cosmic order. The inability of the demon lords to achieve lasting unity suggests that chaos, as a principle, may be inherently self-limiting, that any system based on individual will and unlimited ambition must eventually turn its destructive energies upon itself. Yet the persistence of these conflicts also demonstrates that such self-limitation does not necessarily lead to the defeat of evil, but merely to its transformation into different forms. The cycle of alliance and betrayal that characterizes relationships between demon lords creates a dynamic equilibrium that may actually strengthen the forces of evil over time by preventing any single approach to corruption from becoming dominant. The competition between different philosophical approaches to evil, Demogorgon's chaos, Orcus's perversion of death, Graz'zt's sophisticated corruption, Yeenoghu's savage simplicity, ensures that mortal civilizations face constantly evolving threats that cannot be countered through any single defensive strategy. The mortal scholars who study these conflicts often focus on identifying patterns that might allow the forces of good to exploit the demons' disunity for strategic advantage, yet such analysis reveals the disturbing truth that the demon lords' conflicts serve their own purposes as effectively as unity might, providing opportunities for testing new tactics, eliminating weak leadership, and adapting to changing circumstances in ways that more stable organizations cannot match. The ultimate threat represented by the demon lords lies not in their potential for unity, but in their infinite diversity, their ability to corrupt, through approaches so varied that no single defense can protect against all of them simultaneously. A paladin who develops immunity to Demogorgon's madness may prove vulnerable to Graz'zt's seduction. A wizard who wards against Orcus's Undeath may fall victim to Fraz-Urb'luu's deceptions. A society that successfully resists the obvious assaults of chaotic evil may gradually succumb to the patient corruption of more subtle influences. The eternal nature of these conflicts suggests that the struggle between good and evil may itself be a fundamental feature of reality rather than a problem to be solved through the triumph of either side. The demon lords' wars preserve the cosmic balance by ensuring that neither chaos nor law, neither good nor evil, can achieve the absolute dominion that would end the creative tension between opposing forces. In this view, their conflicts serve not as obstacles to universal peace, but as necessary components of a dynamic system that depends upon constant struggle for its continued operation. As we contemplate the vast scope of these eternal conflicts and their implications for the fate of all existence, we are forced to confront the uncomfortable possibility that evil's greatest strength may lie not in its power to corrupt or destroy, but in its ability to prevent the kind of stagnation that absolute good might impose upon a perfected universe. The demon lords, in their endless struggles against each other and against the forces of law and good, may serve as unwitting guardians of the chaos and uncertainty that make growth, change, and genuine choice possible. In the thunder of their eternal battles, we hear the echo of every conflict between order and freedom, between security and possibility, between the comfort of certainty and the terrifying exhilaration of unlimited potential. The princes of the abyss stand as permanent reminders that the price of existence in a universe where anything can happen is the constant possibility that something terrible will happen, and that the alternative, a reality where nothing unexpected ever occurs, might prove far more horrifying than any nightmare the forces of chaos could devise. Yet in their very existence, these lords of infinite evil also provide the ultimate testament to the value of what they seek to destroy: the bonds of love and loyalty, the pursuit of beauty and truth, the courage to choose hope over despair and creation over destruction. For it is only in the presence of such ultimate darkness that the true brightness of light becomes apparent. Only in confronting the depths of what consciousness can become, when it abandons all restraint, that we fully appreciate the precious fragility of everything worth preserving in a universe where both salvation and damnation remain forever within the reach of every thinking being's choice.